Good morning. The conference is launched, and we give the floor to the Director General of the Hermitage Museum, Mikhail Petrovsky. Dear friends, Georgy Valentinovich, colleagues, I'm happy to be able to welcome you here in this wonderful audience hall with beautiful lighting. And today, contrary to the previous days, the light is just perfect. There is sun outside. So once again, we are going to touch upon a very important theme, museum light. It's a philosophical and mystic topic. God is light, and this mysticism penetrates through the life of humanity and interaction between the Lord and humans. And secondly, light is the most important form of the interpretation of art, because depending on light, depending on how good the light is, art can exist in different forms and is perceived by people in different ways. So it's a very important part of our work, as well as restoration, which covers paintings with varnish, removes varnish, makes some elements and details lighter, others darker and dimmer. And so light in the museums is varied. We know that very well indeed, and there is museum light, there is the gallery light, there is also light from the point of view, and the problems associated with that, associated with technical aspects of lighting. There is also the curator's approach, who sometimes say we need a different type of lighting. And so it's a whole wide range of different discussions and different experiments. And here, as well as in art, there are no definite answers. There are problems that emerge, there are issues that emerge, and they are varied from day to day. And that means we have to work with the new technical solutions, remembering that there is nothing better than the daylight, all the other type of lighting just imitates it. In the Hermitage, we are doing quite a lot about this particular issue, thanks to the conferences dedicated to the light in the museum and lighting in the museum. And so there's a lot of papers dedicated to that, and finished work as well. In the skylight rooms, there is the system of lighting that reacts to the intensity of light outside in the exterior. So it's a very good example of the work done. We also have very good examples of light in the repository, where we display costumes, and starting with the type of lighting that we have in the old village in the Asiatic Hall, where there are large Chinese portraits of the military commanders. And quite recently, there we were able to see that there is just the right way of lighting for them to be visible properly. Now, there are always goals that we have to work on. The Poussin Hall, for example, the walls there are in white imitation marble, and these walls always interfere with the proper viewing. And so this problem has not been resolved yet, although we tried to work on it several times, but still there is no solution. There are other locations where there are, for example, the dark corridor, where there are tapestries displayed. And how can we display them properly? They do not like bright light at all. Then there is the Peters Gallery in the small Hermitage of along the Hanging Gardens, and there what we have does not satisfy us, because there are important paintings displayed there, and we do have to have a proper light for them. So there's a lot of things to work on, and we are tackling all these issues in a most active way. So thank you very much for organizing the conference, for the fact that the conference is being held with us. It's important for our museum and for the museums in general, because this correlation between museums and new technologies is important in all spheres, and it's always not that easy and simple. But I'm happy to say that contrary to AI, we are able to work with the new technologies here. We work with the new technologies, with the traditional technologies, and this all correlates very well with art and with the goals set by art. So thank you once again. Thank you for the active development of this whole trend of our life and our work. And I would like to thank everyone here and my colleagues in the Hermitage who are engaged in this work. I would like to express my gratitude. Oh, thank you. And allow me to give the floor to Georgi Bos, who is the head of the Scientific and Technical Council of the Light Technology Division of the Russian Federation. Well, Georgy Valentinovich, I'm very happy that we're all here today in the Hermitage Museum, and I would first of all like to thank the Hermitage and the Hermitage administration for paying so much attention to the conference that is important for all of us. Traditionally, we meet here in this beautiful hall, and at this conference, traditionally, we will find light engineers and museum specialist representatives from all over. So in this museum, and at this conference, we come across aesthetics and technologies. And it's, of course, very important to represent a work of art in a proper way. But it's also important to make sure that we do not damage it, that it is properly preserved for the future generations, for the posterity. It's not surprising at all that practically all the visual and non-visual issues are related to different norms and standards, mandatory, and some of them are pure standards, which are recommendations and nothing but that. These are the national standards or the standards of the CIE. You'll find them stipulated in different documents, and they are accepted by the departmental agencies, by the national structures, and even intergovernment entities. But these issues of lighting in the museums, at the expositions, that is something we're working on, and in this sense, we're just approaching the working out of the standards, and we are not yet able to say whether it's going to work or not. We hope it works, particularly since the present-day light engineering makes it possible not only to develop these standards, but also to supervise those. And the goal is not only to present the art heritage properly, but the goal is also to ensure its safety. And so we must follow the principle, do not damage. And so I do believe that at our conference, at the 6th conference, we'll be able to listen to some presentations dedicated to that. I wish all of you creative success, first of all, and I do hope that the conference is useful and enjoyable for you. And I also wish success in everything you do and in your life. Happiness, health, and success to all of you. Even at the time today, that is not easy at all. Thank you. Thank you. And the next welcome is from Diana Vernish. Diana Vernish is the Federal General Secretary of the International Commission for Lighting in Austria. Oh, yes, we can hear you. Right. Mm-hmm. We can hear you.
Thank you so much. We continue. Well, sort of general information about the conference. It's the conference which is just held every other year. We missed one amid the pandemics, only 3 days of the conference, more than 30 presentations, 400 people registered manual listening online. And if this conference hall can house 400 people, so it's not possible to do at the stock the tomorrow premises tomorrow, so that will be online as well. Now I'm going to give the floor to myself, and I'll speak from the podium, and I'll fill in a nutshell on what we have accomplished and which goals we have in front of us. Number one, Light Museum, it's everlasting conflict, physical laws versus aesthetics, and it's important for us to meet halfway. It's always dark and cold in the museum because it's comfortable for the artifacts, but not for the visitors. This is the problem we are dealing with time after time after time again. Even now, everything's wonderful, the light is here, but there are no artifacts. Otherwise, it would be way too bright, way too saturated with heat and UV radiation. Major challenge of museum lighting. Of course, it's common knowledge, but I'll speak about it. It's sort of a triangle. First, we have to preserve. Secondly, to make it comfortable for the viewers. And thirdly, to preserve the artistic concept of the artist, of the painter. Now, in more details about each one, sort of photochemistry and heat. Light is the energy inducing irreversible chemical reactions. It's yellowing, bleaching, cracking, heating. And over 4 conferences, we dealt with this problem. And we have created 4 state standards or rules so we can establish necessary levels, being aware for each exposition which energy is acceptable within the day, within the year, which should be the lighting, the time of exhibition, and the level of lighting. The state rule is here now. 4 years ago, it did not exist. Now it's out there for us. Secondly, it's the art to see. I would call it the image you have in mind before installing the light. Otherwise, we'll distort the form of and the shape of artifacts when we have the lighting from the frontal part or from the side. Shadow configuration, chiaroscuro changes everything. This is the challenge. You should be aware of that. And this is one of the most challenging parts for us, not just the level, but the installment of this lighting in the museum. We should learn how to do it. Flat, glaring objects, very challenging. Like it's very challenging to backlight or spotlight any just flaring, glaring object like, let's say, porcelain and different reflections, specular reflections from artificial marble and so on. Third problem, daylight. Sun is the best source for lighting in quality, but as for preservation, it's the worst one because it has got lots of UV and heat. We should discard that. At the Hermitage, in all 2,200 windows, there is this defense filming. That way we got rid from the UV radiation getting through the windows. But there is a problem when there is the sunny side of the building. If you look outside, look at the winter palaces overheat in the halls when the windows are looking that sunny side. We'll have to put on the thermal film, not just UV film, but thermal film, not to make it darker, but to block the infrared radiation of the heat. We're going to experiment with that. Daylight is just, well, this is about the temperature, 2,000 Kelvin in the evening, 10,000 Kelvin in the night. It changes the perceptions of the artifacts. Of course, it's a judgment call, but we'll discuss that as well. Now, what do we expect from our industries? There are lighting fixtures, but what we lack is the following. Number one, there should be the uniform standard of different bus wires. There are plentiful now, one phase, two phase, three phase, as cell phones manufacturers will arrive at a single bus wire for all. Because remember how it used to be in the past with the mobile phones charging. Now it's all unified. So I'm calling upon the industry, and we'll come up with our recommendations so that the bus wires should be uniform. So any manufacturer's high-tech device could be located on it. We cannot possibly do it at one go overnight, but we should be striving to reach that. It'll make our professional lives much easier when it comes to lighting. Other challenges. The replacement of metal halogen lamps, it's just conventional 50-watt halogenic lamps. They should be replaced, but there are no the appropriate LEDs standards for that. And now it's a big problem because there is overheat as well. What else do we lack? The system of fiber optic lighting for window cases. We do not manufacture such fixtures when there is the illuminator, then the optic is diverting and through small lenses it's backlit. We should produce more of those. That way light designers will be capable of having a broad range of different lighting, dissipated light or backlighting or whatever. We don't have it yet. We should embark upon manufacturing that. It's very convenient and very important for the museums. And in conclusion, I am here to say that the problem of lighting in the museum is not as much engineering one as philosophical one. Because we are slowly killing the artifacts when we're lighting them up. Ideal situation would be pitch dark, but we'll never reach that, of course. So we should meet halfway, find a compromise so that the current generation could admire those artifacts and also generations ahead would be able to do that. That's about wraps it up. Thank you. Next presentation, Anthony Bergen, Technical Vice President and President of International Commission on Illumination, President of Meteorological Society of Australia, Photospec Lab CEO. Thank you. You have been introduced, so you may start your presentation directly. Can you hear it?
Sorry, I can't understand. Would you like to repeat?
Can you hear the present? Can you hear the translation? Can you hear the translation? We can see you, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Just a moment.
Unfortunately, it's not possible. So just say which slide you need. You cannot. Please tell us which slide do you need.
So that I can share my screen.
Oh, thank you very much. And we do have a possibility of asking questions. And yeah, you're welcome, Anthony. Well, you are still with us, Mr. Bergen? No. Interpreters cannot hear questions unless they're asked through the microphone. Right. No. Yeah, indeed, I work on the color transfer on different screens and in Yekaterinburg. So, Anthony, here is my question or comment. Could you pay more attention to the second factor for science? For science, it's probably not that important, but the photographers, the designers, always very often mention the color temperature, forgetting tint. And at the photo studios, I can see that, obviously. If there are two component LEDs with the change of the temperature, introduce tint in a rather strong form. So I think that you should somehow emphasize this particular fact. I'm quite sure that within the committee you work on that. But I can see that the overall level of literacy, so to speak, in this field for non-professionals suffers. It's not adequate. Could you introduce Alexei Korobov? I'm an entrepreneur, I said, and I work on the technical color transfer. I wonder if there is if the contact is on.
Yes, sorry.
No.
There's a translation channel apparently. Pay more attention to the tint aspects.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, it's not that difficult to find the channel, the correct channel. Are there any other questions?
I found it now.
Right. Right. We thank our speaker once again. Thank you. Right, we proceed. And allow me to give the floor to Yulia Butovchenko, who is the head of the exposition department of the Moscow Kremlin Museum. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation to speak. And my presentation today is the result of the systematization of the practical work of the museums of the Moscow Kremlin. We organized temporary exhibitions, and we have summarized this work over the past 8 years. You will see the dates of the exhibitions on the screen. And the experience of the formulation of the major steps when interacting the light design are presented here. So we would like to begin with the pathway towards that experience. For many years, we have been involved in lighting ourselves. Our colleagues who have a certain experience in that tried to select the correct options and solutions. Today, I would like to demonstrate photographs a lot and so, of our exhibitions extensively. So this exhibition is of 2021, and at this exhibition, we were setting the lighting as we saw it. But with time, we realized that it was insufficient to rely just on our expertise. So it was necessary to work with professionals, we realized, and there was a push towards that, so to speak. We worked scrupulously on new expositions of the museum, and in the process of the work, we carried out a lot of work with every artifact that was to be displayed in the museum rooms. Yes, I would like to say a few words about some special features of our collection, and the exhibitions also reflect that. So these are the exhibitions at which we can find paintings, but historically it happens so, we do not have exhibitions where paintings prevail. Mostly, there are objects and artifacts of applied art displayed. So at the same exhibition, we can find these examples here on the right-hand side. We can see the collection of the Limoges enamels. In 2021, it came to the Moscow Kremlin from the Hermitage. And there is one other special feature I would like to mention. These are the rooms that we have. There are 2 halls that are in the historical buildings of the 17th century. And for designers and for the light technicians, the architecture is not that easy and simple. And we cannot provide our visitors with the adaptation to the lighting. Immediately from the daylight, they move into the rooms, and they dimmed light and then a shock of lighting. It's a low level of lighting, and this low of lighting is defined by the artifacts we display. At both of the pictures, we can see that we're using not only the showcases that we already have with the inbuilt lighting, but lately, we mostly are using the temporary exhibition facilities within which we provide light that is necessary for the specific artifacts we display. Back to the prevalence of art with applied art items. They are of different materials, of different shapes, and shapes cannot be distorted, and the materials require not only special lighting, but they also have their own reaction to light. Another topic for discussion. As for the lighting norms, they are described not only in the rights that exist, where they're also prescribed by the contracts we have. These norms are, of course, followed. And Luxmin, that's the instrument we're using all the time. Not only curators, but the light designers are working with that. They are responsible for the tuning of the lighting, so to speak. When we prepare the exhibitions, we work with different architectural bureaus and different lighting bureaus, and many of those we invited were very attentive to what we asked from them. Here is one example. The heritage of the Rurikovici and False Dmitry. The architectural bureau here worked on the lighting that was part of the project, and I think at most of the pictures we can see all of this quite well. We can see the suggested solutions, and I would like to mention here that on the right-hand side picture there is a niche for information material with additional lighting. Let's not forget this information board. And so we think that was quite an interesting solution. But we need to say that with all of that, that in this case, there was no professional, dedicated specialist, so to speak. For example, for all the artifacts, there was suggested identical solution. The niches with the lighting with the LED tape. But with all of that, with that solution, it was impossible to consider the shape, the texture, the relief, the depth. So it did not allow to display all the specific features of the exhibits, of the artifacts. On the left-hand side photo, you can see that there is a fragment of the archaeological textiles from the burial sites on the territory of the Kremlin. And on the right-hand side, an icon with relief. With the frame and the relief. And sometimes the solution suggested on paper looked very carefully designed, but in reality it was absolutely insufficient. This happened in 2019 when the armor and ammunition were practically without any proper lighting. And so in the process of mounting, at the time when the artifacts were already there in the showcases, we had to change a lot of things in order to have a sort of an even lighting within that narrow showcase. All this led us to the conclusion to make a final decision and work with true professionals. And our first step towards that was as follows. We were to look for the professionals whom you hear, who listen to you, whom you trust. That's very important. And, well, of course, it's also very important to be able to discuss the budget for the type of work carried out. Now, it was difficult, of course, to understand at the time when the concept was generally developed, whether it was possible to invite the professional light designer. Now, of course, all this needs to be considered when we make up the plans and the schedule of work. But for the proper work of the light designer, in order to achieve the results that satisfy the museum and the light designer, we have to carry out a lot of preliminary work, practically from the very moment when the curator begins to work on the concept and the topic, the theme of the exposition. Here we can find fragments of the presentation of the plan, of the terms of reference prepared for the concept of the exhibition. The exhibition in 2025 in the southern Urals. The curator of the exhibition came up with some comments provided for the light designer. The recommendations for the artifacts that required special type of lighting. I'm not talking here about norms, but about the wish that the curator wanted to be presented properly and the result that he expected to have. So here is the second step of the work carried out, the work on the concept, on the terms of reference, considering the light and lighting devices. Well, of course, the curator selects the artifacts for the exhibition, and doing that, they need to understand whether it is possible to display really what they want to display, because as you understand, not everything is possible at all. And the third step are recommendations. These recommendations go to the exhibition designer, and the work on the design as such begins. And here you can see how the designer worked in Chelyabinsk, that is in southern Urals. And this is visualization, the description, down below, the visualization of the showcase, and on the right-hand side you can see the final result. Here is what we obtained. And thus, on the basis of the recommendations, we were able to get the design of the project and the solutions for each and every showcase, and that was the third stage. Now, at the State Museum of the Southern Urals in Chelyabinsk, we have been working there for several years, and now we are at the moment when at the exhibition we're planning to open this year, there will be specialists on light and lighting invited. Here is an example of our exhibition in the Moscow Kremlin, the exhibition of 2025. Another illustration of the work with the curator, the placement of the artifacts. The designer gets this plan from the curators, and the visualization is here, visualization of the solution on the right-hand side photo. So from here, we move to the next step. These are the blueprints. And the same arch, the belfry tower of the Assumption Cathedral, the beautiful costumes from the Hermitage Museum in the niches. And so these materials, these blueprints, go to those who are responsible to work on them. So on the left-hand side, there is the blueprint created by the Architectural Bureau. And so these goes to the light designer for the light project to be drafted and for the specifications to be prepared. And then we get what we can see on the right-hand side part of the slide. So if it is a temporary solution, then this goes to those who are responsible for these temporary installations. That's a fine moment in the organization of the process. This work can have a very serious impact on the estimates. Now, if we want to get what the light designers suggest, we really sometimes have to revise the estimates. Now, the algorithm that I have presented, the second and the third steps, are actually worked on without the involvement of the light designer. So now that is the time when we transfer the blueprints to him or to her, to them in general. So we come to the conclusion, but the work with the light designers should be started from the very beginning, with the development of the concept, indeed, because the configuration of the placement of the showcases, the selected color for the exhibition equipment, for the whole walls will and give us a chance to understand better what kind of light we need. Sometimes those who work on the exhibition design do not really correlate all of that with the lighting equipment. So the light designer has to somehow fit into the suggested framework, which is not always adequate for proper presentation. So now, So the ideal variant here is the joint work of the designer of the exhibition and the light designer at the moment when they move over from the concept to the deep analysis of the design architecture. Now, but we also need to say that sometimes we're in a situation when this fourth stage of the work on the project, the work on the light, the work with the light designer is to be excluded because very often we need to work with what we have. Last year, for example, we organized an exhibition in the exhibition hall of the Cathedral of Our Savior. There, we could have our own showcases, and we worked with these long showcases you can see on the right-hand side, Lord and Sakas, because these are built in. They are with the luminescence lighting, and there are no dimming. There is no dimming here, but you understand that there are textiles here. So we had to remove some of the light fixtures in order to follow the norms and the standards for the textile lighting. And of course, there was no need at all of creating all the lighting project. It was simply to be we focused on the tuning. On the tuning that was necessary after the mounting of all the exhibits.
Just another example of that consecutive work. When we return to the previous stage, it's step 4, related to development of drawings, designs. Design of lighting remains very important for us. So aside this, emphasizing the fact that we're making this temporary part, and then there is the imaging and visualization of the drawings. You can see that curved line was one of the most sophisticated and challenging things we did recently. This exhibition until mid-July is available in our exhibition halls. This is a showcase which is of spectacular configuration, shape, and very complex artifacts are in it. We worked hard on the drawings and on fine-tuning of this lighting. It took us a very long time. We all exceeded the time deadlines for that. In the schedule, just in the bottom, you can see the moment when we finished up with mounting of the lighting fixtures, and then lighting designers are working on the inside of the showcase, of course, in presence of the curators or custodians. That was a good accomplishment of ours. It was very gratifying for us. This is the image of the finish of the window case, and we managed to accomplish a lot. This is from Martini stocks, Mongolian fabrics, and working with lighting design encouraged us to find new solutions with application of lighting effects. In the current exhibition, the successes of Chinggis and light boxes were used. In the left-hand side photo, you can see miniatures from the manuscripts as well. Before they were created, we did the testing of the materials, and we selected the fabrics with a stamp on it. And here also you can see the fragment on the right-hand side, the fragment of the window case, that is the stage of designing, and we came up with one more extra backlighting based on recommendation of lighting designers, which provided for a very interesting effect. Just another earlier example of using different type of light boxes, Russian Romanticism, the armor of the Kremlin, that is the light arch, which was the first thing the visitors set their eyes on when they entered the hall. And a similar exhibition, Peter the Great's, Peter's Decisions. So this is well lit as well. Another example of using light boxes at Oman Silver Treasures exhibition at the gala opening in it. There is this lamp suspended here. And it simulates Oriental type of lighting fixtures, and you can see dedicated light used in the exhibition to make it more spectacular. Sometimes we're using such hoods on the window cases, on the tables, whereby we are not able to install the lighting fixtures. There are outside light fixtures. And that is one of the exhibitions I mentioned at the Savior's Temple. Solovet's manuscripts, very sensitive to light, were exhibited there. This is the process of mounting. So it was suggested to spotlight by this the reflected light. And the external light in the hall is very important as well. At the last stage is the light on the informational plaques, on the light on the labels. Unfortunately, sometimes it is neglected due to different reasons. Sometimes there is not enough equipment, so these explanatory notes are not lit, which of course disconcerts the visitors. And also there could be specular reflections done deliberately. And here on the left-hand side, there is a floral composition. We took some time to install the light so that to show some back shadows, chiaroscures. First of all, it was important from the frontal look, but also shadows and lighting shadow and chiaroscure is very important as well. We can reduce them, diminish them, or to make them work as a special effect or an ancillary element, but our bottom line task is the creation of comfortable milieu for the visitors. And here I show how we worked at the recent exhibition, how we worked at the external light for lighting upon the explanatory notes and labels, and to create also it creates comfortable environment. By all means, the light should enable the artifact to unravel itself, like the flower unravels its petals. It was very important to take good care of the fidelity index of color rendering index as well. And I'm here to say that all those pictures you have seen here only in part render everything I'm talking about, because photo camera class perceives it differently from our viewers' human eye, and there are lots of different components or implications. There could be situations, one, not the museum per se, but museum as well, but rather lighting designer is going to create a very spectacular picture on rendering the photograph. And as the museum worker, as a specialist on the history of arts, I would like to say that I'm against such kind of digitalization. We're working not for the sake of spectacular photo in social media. It cannot render 100% everything which is on the picture because human eye is structured differently. But there is a special match of the museum artifacts at the final stage of acceptance of an artifact when the specialists are being aware of all the specificity of different artifacts, pieces of art is supposed to make his or her own evaluation and to say clearly whether the desired effect has been reached. Because if the artifact, all our attention is at it, and all the light is used not just to create a spectacular photo, an image, but the depth of all those tints and the general idea. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the floor? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Sergei Sizo, lighting designer and the author of the methodology of calculations of destruction made by light upon the artifacts when there is a contract for a loan of the artifacts from other museums. You identify the level of luminance and illumination. Is it a general rule, a state standard, or is it based on the previous background of destroying the light norms of luminance and of illumination for many artifacts were embedded into the instruction. Now there are certain rules to be abided by. As to the passport of illumination, nobody is keeping to this passport because the norms of illumination are not changing. It's not about norms of illumination, but it's about the destructing impact of illumination depends on the time of exhibition. So is there the previous story of different other exhibitions that object in question was exposed and which amount of destruction it received for one artifact? The norm is the same as for the time of exhibition. It could be discussed based on the contract for loan exhibition. Then we should conduct the study and research how it all impacted impacted the object. But based on our own experience with loan exhibitions, when we lend our object or we receive the others, there could be some extra requests for maybe lower norms for illumination and so on. That is left for the discretion of the custodians and restorators. But if we know exactly what should be done, we'll fix the lighting depending on that. So in this window case or next one, with halads, we could have done otherwise, but we cannot overexceed the limits of, let's say, 50 lux. Let me recap on it. It seems to me altogether that what you are talking about should be introduced into general practice. The passport for each the artifact, the level of light, the exposure, and the time of that exposure. When we were making calculations for Leonardo da Vinci at the Hermitage, it crossed our minds that for standing artifacts which are always there, it should be standard because it's just there, it stays there, and knowing the levels of illumination at different times of the year and different time of the day, we could make calculations for the destruction from the light. For loan exhibitions, this is more challenging because most of those loan exhibitions are done without taking into account these destroying effects. I agree with you. But at the Moscow Kremlin, we make a clear stance that irrespective of whether it's a loan exhibition or it's our own artifacts, which are always there, we are complying to the general and ubiquitous norms for illumination. Your approach, what you are talking about, unfortunately, we sometimes encounter such situations we're fully aware that photographs are even more vulnerable here, and we were sending some of the items of ours to loan exhibitions. We come along to the gala opening, and the light is very, very bright because the organizers of the exhibition assume that this light is not enough. As to the length of that light exposure, generally it's about 3 months for loan exhibitions. If there are artifacts which should not be exposed that long, we are thinking about some changes in the exhibition. Certain artifacts could be exposed only for 1 month, so we could replace them, talking on loan exhibitions. Labeling, mounting, and so on. Tretyakov Picture Gallery was also providing us with some of the limitations as well, so we could do the rotation of the artifacts. And the light was mounted in conformity with the norms. There is one more question. I am from Tretyakov Picture Gallery. I would like to respond to what Sergei says. In each and every museum, there is the department of accounting for and recording which artifacts were lent and for which time for this loan exhibition, and what was the luminance, what was the level of illumination when we loan our pictures to other museums. We come along with a list of requirements, parameters of illumination, luminance, light, level of light, time for light exposure, and there are the rules, uniform rules for preservation and storage. Thank you very much. Are you wanting to recap on it, or is that all? No, that's it. Thank you very much. The only thing to recap on the topic again, many museums, when they load those artifacts to the exhibition, they also send along with them the custodians, like the State Hermitage Museum or us. The custodians will take good control of everything. We have learned our lessons amid the pandemic, so photo, video will not render certain moments which people could really see at the exhibition. Yes, and of course we are recording the length of light exposure for loan exhibitions and so on. Thank you very much again.
I think an ideal option that will be the sensor for for measuring the radioactivity. That could be very useful, really, in order to understand a better notion of light and lighting. Now, I think we could actually organize it in an easy and simple way, sort of an indicator, which shows the accumulation of a certain dose, changing the color or the shade of color. In this case, we really can see that the painting needs some respite. So our next presentation is by Yulia Grachova, leading engineer of the Bell Group Corporation, International Light and Technology Corporation. Oh, right, you can hear me, I hope, right. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today we will talk light. Light that is used on the masterpieces known in the world and enable us to enjoy the beauty and the shine of metal. And for the designers, light is not only an instrument for the expositions, but it's a strong factor of destruction. And we are to create the lighting fixtures that can tackle three major problems: provide visibility, artistic expressiveness, and excluding ultrasonic and thermal damage, complying with the present-day requirements. I will speak about the optical fiber systems of lighting as the ones responding to the needs and requirements, particularly if we take showcases and vulnerable artifacts. Optical fiber is a golden standard. Why do we say that? Let's first understand what we are fighting against. The traditional lamps and halogen lamps, for example, are far from being effective. 90% of the energy consumed by them is transformed into the invisible light, into thermal light, and that's a threat for the artifacts. So let's imagine the textiles or paper. There's several degrees. That is how high the temperature of the artifact can be. So there is expansion inevitable. Sometimes with the cooling, it leads to cracks and fragility. And even if the artifact suffers from heating, actually the lamp itself changes the temperature and the humidity within the showcase for bone, for leather. That's very dangerous. It's almost killing, indeed. So that means the light fixtures are to be beyond the showcases, the use of LED systems and all. But this is very difficult, particularly when the showcases contain very valuable exhibits and artifacts. The optical fiber solutions provide solutions on the basis of optical division. There's the projector, powered LED source, halogen lamp, which is outside the showcase in the technical premises, and so there is no direct heating. The optical fiber cable, the flexible fibers and polymers involved, and the key phenomenon here, the optical fiber transfers just the visible part of the spectrum, does not all the ultraviolet and infrared effects. So that means that the source of light can be at a minimal distance at ancient silk, let's say, without any losing of the color intensity and heating. And the bundles can be of different forms that we actually require. Now, the key advantages of the system are as follows. The temperature of the surface of the artifact is equal to the surrounding temperature, to the temperature within the showcase. So that means there is no thermal shock, there is no contraction. Spectral analysis actually proves for the organic that there is no variety of waves, and we do not have any extra filters or the ultraviolet film on the glass. Now, within the showcase, there is no electric tension, and only light. And this actually helps us avoid any threat of emergency situations. For the museums with unique artifacts, this is of critical importance because the source of light is outside the showcase. Within the showcase, the temperature can be absolutely stable without overloading the air conditioning system. And the extra temperature actually is being utilized outside the furniture. The diameter of the fiber cable can be very narrow, very limited, and that means we can actually direct the light on the minute details of the artifact. For the objectivity, we also speak about the difficulties. The high-quality optical fiber is more expensive than the traditional lighting device for the exhibitions, and so the initial investments are higher, and there is also some loss of the light, but we know that the LED systems compensate for this particular problem. If we look at the life cycle of the artifact, the optical fiber is justified because we save energy for air conditioning. We also save resources. Time and life of the museum artifact is ensured. This technology is far from being absolutely new, but with the development of LED technologies, it goes through a renaissance period. Here are some examples from the practice of the leading museums. In the Linwen Museum in China, 2022, the State Hermitage Museum, the exhibition in the Dixon College, within Dixon College, the Museum of the History of Culture in Singapore. So the use of the optical fiber actually complies with the Russian norms and standards. The state standard of 2023 describes the use of LED and sets the strict requirements to the absence of infrared illumination and radiation. And so this is very important when we use the optical fiber, and optical fiber ensures that. Then there is another GOST of 2023, which also considers the spectral characteristics. Another state standard of 2020 sets the standards for the precision of the use of different notions in that, and another GOST that ensures the proper use of the LED technologies in the museums. Thus, we exclude ultraviolet and infrared radiation, and there is no thermal load on the exhibits, which is very important for the market. For quite a long period of time, the Russian market was orientated at the European manufacturers. Museums of federal level were equipped with the devices from Italy, from Germany, from Switzerland, but with the sanction difficulties, that's quite a problem nowadays. And so the Russian museums come across this problem. A lot of types of the equipment are not available any longer in Russia. So one of the leaders of the museums in Russia said the reconstruction is impossible simply because the equipment is not available. The light fixtures require the replacement of drivers from time to time. The sanctions make this very difficult, and that means we need to have the special centers for the renovation of the existing equipment. And sometimes the museums come across a situation where it is impossible to do anything at all without the original components. Even when import is possible, the cost of the equipment is much higher, and it's also very difficult to predict how long the delivery is going to take. The use of the imported equipment actually makes us dependable on the foreign vendors, which can at any moment of time reject our requests. So that means we really have to think of the import substitution in this particular sphere. And there was a resolution of the government adopted respectively, which actually prevents the acquisition of foreign-made LED equipment abroad. All the LED equipment needs to be manufactured in Russia, and at the dentist we follow the principle. The second one is extra, even if application contains Russian components, the applications with the contenders with foreign components are going to be denied the access. So that there is an absolute priority of import substitution in Russia. There are national standards for museum lighting, which require very strict rules for the lighting of the cultural artifacts. And that means we have very favorable conditions for the manufacturing of Russian-made equipment. Our company has respective equipment already developed. The source of light here is a chip-on-board with a temperature 3000 Kelvin and with a flow 220 lumen. The optic is 15 degrees and so we have all the respective characteristics. So we were able to decrease the powers compared to analogous equipment at 25 watt, and we can use the traditional power supply systems here. Our products are designed in compliance with the Russian standards of museum lighting and illumination, which actually means that we do not have to think of how to adjust the foreign solutions to the Russian requirements. The absence of the custom duties makes it possible for us to ensure the adequate and competitive pricing. So we will keep working on this particular device in compliance with the specific requirements of the exhibitions and with the LEDs and the dissipation angles and with the presence sensors. Now, this particular device is managed with the help of the manual dimmer. We're quite sure that we can do it. Many times we have already been entrusted with the exposition lighting, and the State Hermitage was among our commissioners. No, and we are ready and willing to work on. And the museum lighting is not something temporary, but this is a strategic development of the area of the sector. And the sanctions just ensure that we use our own technologies, and the manufacturers in Russia have already been able to prove that we're capable of creating competitive items, and the state policy ensures this for us. Now, the lighting devices at the base of optical fiber are instruments for preventive conservation built into the architecture of the expositions. Selecting these systems, museums get the guaranteed solution. There is no thermal load on the artifacts in compliance with the standards and requirements. It's possible to have a proper type of the lighting scenario within the showcases. With the LED technologies, optical fiber is a very important instrument in the museums. In the museums where the cost of a mistake is equal to the loss of an artifact, we're very active in the process, and we provide the museums with the respectively high quality optical fiber solutions, which will not only resolve the problem with the replacement of the foreign-made equipment, but this is also a strategic contribution into the conservation of the cultural heritage of the country. Thank you for your attention. Now your questions, please. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very good that there is an optical fiber project, but you didn't say anything at all about the tips, the endings that you do have already, because the use of this technology very much depends on the options, optical options that you have. 15 degree, so that's applicable not for all the purposes at all. So I understand optical. So what is the list of accessories? No, we will work on that. The device now is ready and is being checked and inspected, and we're checking on all the indicators that it has. So I would recommend invite light designers who have an experience of working with the museums and talk to them in order to understand better what kind of outlets you need and the what you might need if you do not have them yet. Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a technical question. In your picture, you said that there is a lot of optical fibers coming out of your device, and on the final picture, there was just one. So what is true? One or many? Is it possible to use one device for several showcases, let's say? It is possible to have several fibers. Yes, it is possible, yes. No, it was just a template, really. We really need to understand whether this cable works or not. So the number of fibers is going to be different depending on the final result you need to get. Yes, the optical fibers can be different, as I said. When the cable is there, those tips can be of different dissipation level. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, you're welcome. No. A short comment, sort of a negative. When you said that the heating level is 0, you mentioned that at some point. No, if there is the visual, because if we have it on the black square, the energy is on heating. So if we take the doses, yes, of course they are low, but it's still there. And with the poor thermal removal system, it might have a negative impact. So it's impossible to have a better lighting device. But we can't say that there is no heating at all. No, we can't. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It was an interesting presentation. Could you specify the fiber that you are using? Do you have it commissioned, or you're using a mass production fiber? No, as for the visible spectrum. No. No. We don't have a very special fiber. No. No. We don't have it. So in this case, no, you are generalizing things. So, glass fiber, you said, doesn't allow ultraviolet and infrared radiation through. We're going to have proper tests, and then we will see how it works. First of all, we see glasses are different types of glass, and then glass lets through both ultraviolet, and infrared radiation at different intervals. So another problem you might get when applying using plastic fibers, it's well known that there is a fiber, Russian make, of metal acrylate. It does not render the visible light properly. So there are certain problems with the red color and red light. And so one other thing I would like to say, that the method of optical fiber illumination of items is extensively used in microscopy. Halogen sources of light, there is LED sources, and there they have a very well developed system of color and light transfer, because in microscopy the color is very important. A color that defines the result of the observation. Thank you. Yes, as I said, our device is being tested, and if one of the parameters does not satisfy us, we will look for something to replace it with. Yes, anything else? Another question, if I may, concerning the control. Why do you have it on the body? And why don't use it the other type of protocols? DALI or some other wireless protocols. Initially, there was a request for the replacement of the device, the outdated device, and it had the control system on the body. Well, later we will have it offline. Wireless. Anything else? Now, Sergei Buyansky from the Hermitage. Here is my question. The number of fibers is going to be the same all the time? Because there is a showcase, and let's say you need just 20. What happens to the remaining 20? Will they be hidden somehow? No. The number of those will be, but from the one bundle, there are 20 fibers, and they end with the lenses. So here is what I need, and here is what I have. What happens to the remaining 10? Will they be just idle? No, they can be used for some other showcase. But if there is only one showcase, now if there is a request for a, now is it possible to connect the fibers separately for the to the source? Yes, it is possible to connect them. There is a different story how to dim it. No, the source is one and the same. So in this case, which replace the source and we have another outlet. So for each and every showcase, we need to have a special solution. So it's probably not, yes, not to have the solution for just one small showcase. No, doesn't work that way. Thank you. Right. Another question.
I would like to comment on the question. It's very simple. Those outlet settings are of different diameter. You can just deal with it. Then you might dim the light flux. Thank you very much. Of course, this lighting fixture is most needed. Let's streamline it. It should be remotely operated. There should be some light dissipator, whatever. Thank you very much for working on it. We'll maybe slightly improve it later on. Next, Olga Shanskaya, director of the International Festival of Lighting Art, the night in Gatchenko, the principal of Show Consulting School. Good afternoon. Well, maybe it's a drastic shift from theoretical and highly competent issues to events. I'm a producer, not a museum worker, not lighting designer or lighting fixtures manufacturer. I am a producer. And my task is to create events which will change and improve somewhat life of a museum. It so happened that between 2017 and 2025, Dutch Preservation Museum, thanks to the Dr. Pankratiev, director of the museum, who decided to let people in the landscape park at one night during the National Museum Art. So we created that Festival of Lighting and Media Art. First, let's check out the video trailer first. The Night of Light. Thank you very much. That's the way the festival looked like in the last year, in 2025. And I'm here to say that it was the seventh festival like that. And it seems to me that we managed to engage 15,000 of the audience and more than 200 participants, volunteers, artists, manufacturer partners, to get them all engaged in the process. So I'll tell you about the conclusions I arrived at after all those years working at Gatchina Museum. We work with the greatest national cultural heritage. What we should do by joint efforts to take good care of it. So I'm calling upon you, let's get some work together. Let's cooperate. Gatchina is the preservation museum under an open sky, and this area is absolutely perfect for experiments, for studies, for exploration of it, to create very special world, the special micro-universe, like in fantasy games and videos. It's our micro-environment we created thanks to great architects of the past, thanks to this architecture and landscape architecture as well. The Night of the Light, the Festival of Lighting and Art, when I was suggested to take control of all that event, I had to visit Amsterdam, other places, to be present in different light festivals. There are 27 festivals. I returned from the Interval Festival in Nizhny Novgorod. It was my 27th lighting festival like that. And of course, I've been to other festivals, but neither one had become the model for us, because Gatchina is a very special place. It needs a new model, which is not yet around. It's the festival laboratory, the festival the residence, the festival the immersion. That's what we've been doing throughout all those years. So I'll tell you about the technologies we embarked upon. In 2017, at our first festival, we was, of course, very short of money. Viktor Grigoriev, a wonderful painter, he helped us in 2018. He is a theater artist. So we unfolded very powerful laboratory on producing sculptures, more than 100 different characters, different sculptures were scattered around the park. I'm talking here kilometers of films, sculptures, tiny LEDs, but that space became alive. Dozens and hundreds of volunteers were engaged, artisans and so on. We started out from very simple things, and since the very beginning at the festival, we selected lots of young artists who spent a lot of time studying Gatchina Park, the palace, the context, the backdrop of it. And then we got united around it. We created the content of the festival. It's a large laboratory work. Some are working with plastics, some with wood, some are doing riveting and welding, some are connecting different fixtures. It's like a laboratory and it's like a summer school for creative people who, by joint endeavors, are creating something very big and interesting. Our festival is not just about exhibitions. Of course, at night, thousands of people come along annually to the park and watch out and looking at the exhibition. But for me, the procedural part of the festival is very important. It's what unites young artists, lighting designers, lighting fixtures manufacturers, many of whom are supporting us year in, year out, and I'm very grateful to them. And all those people who typically live like in different planets, designers on one planet, theater directors at the other planet, artists at the third planet, and in this space of laboratory, they all got united, creating something new. It was a wonderful synergetic effect. They are creating something new, which could only be created through joint efforts. For me, it was very important that joint work, a shared final outcome. The first festival was in 2017. I'll be showing you some pictures. It's not laser beams. And now you would see laser beams, but back then, the spotlight aim just lighting these stretch films stretched out over the lake. It's lighting fixtures, not lasers. And initially, we didn't take important models of the festival, and we are embedding actual art, studying the context very carefully, visit the museum, walk around Gatchina town, unraveling different strata of emperor's life in the past on nuclear physics, which is important for Gatchina, or airplane construction. So we create not far-fetched objects here, but they are tied to the location, to the context. It's very important for us. And Gatchina town has provided us with a plethora of materials throughout those years. And in 2026, I don't invite you to come over to our Gatchina Lighting Festival. I think it reached its logical finale or pinnacle first, primarily because it exhausted its initial goals. It's important for me to explain why we decided to stop at that. This entire process was very helpful for Gatchina Museum to attract more visitors, and the museum was under restoration at the time because in 2017 most part of the palace was not yet restored, so artists could work there and to use it. And as the museum space was being restored, we were given less and less space, and now when the kitchen carry has been restored fully and we have finalized our mission here, so it's very important to say that it's a multidisciplinary or cross-disciplinary project. We should grasp the motives and ideas of all who are participating, professionals from different spheres. They step out of the comfort zone when they are working in the park and they don't have a formal terms of references. It's a challenge for them. At one thing, they have got a free a leeway, they can do whatever they want, but they don't have exact terms of references, exact deliverables of this project. This is challenging, this is breathtaking, especially for young designers. It's a very nice challenge when they transcend the boundaries of their treadmill work. But mindful of the festival context, you can give a try to something new to see if it really works or if it falls flat. If something goes wrong or falls flat and the exhibition already, it's a big problem. But as to the festival, for those who work with museum exhibitions, loan exhibitions, or standing exhibitions, whatever, you can give it a try in the context of the laboratory festival. And we'll do it in future as well, is the place for our experiments. And as to the manufacturers, they can also offer their lighting fixtures to many, many people at the festival. So our last final festival of 2025 was a great success. As to a spectator, what's the difference between us and most of other festivals? I discarded to show element. I said no to just amusement and diversion for people. It's quite conventional for museums to engage the visitors, to lead them through by a certain rule and to stir up emotions for them. So it was a great immersive experience we created with lots of different opportunities for onlookers to get through some deeply emotional feelings, to be engaged in interactive installations, things like that. And we accomplished that. Light and design, as we are in the conference of Light in the Museum, I would like to mention the fact that our vast and ambitious program with lighting designers is a great accomplishment, which makes contact between us and other colleagues of ours with the festivals. They are engaged in media art, but we decided to do matchmaking between artists and lighting designers. And it was a great meticulous work with the architecture, lighting designers, and artists in a dialogue. We're creating this wonderful story together. This is our joint project, which was made by a great team of Moscow and St. Petersburg lighting designers. And mentioning that, I would like to show you certain works done by lighting designers. So emotionally involving story and so beautiful. The outcomes of 2025 festival are spectacular. Lots of content, large 5-kilometer route, great informational and mass media cover. Out of 18 nights, over all the years of the festival, 5 at least were under pouring rain, open area, it rains cats and dogs. But we cannot just postpone it, giving people a rain check or something. But even in pouring rain, of course, there were less people coming along, but they come along. Some drive more than 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers or more to get there. We were assigned an award of Sabakaru Professional Art Journal. It was a great fusion of the community of lighting designers and artists and lighting fixtures manufacturers. It's very important to use this case we have created throughout all those years, and we should use it to develop other areas, other spaces, other museums, outreach to other museums, because we are the researchers who are redefining the space, the locations, history, and culture through the prism of contemporary art and mass media. We can do it in other locations as well, in different regions as well. We have got a super team and super skills and super respect for a museum as an institution. Because we already know that we should do nothing without asking a consent of museum specialists. We should not be carried away by our artistic ambitions. We should talk to museum specialists. Gatchina museum specialists were always giving us a helping hand. The Light Festival in Gatchina promoted the image of Gatchina town. Young people who live in Gatchina were volunteers at the museum, and they've been with us throughout all those years, and they were meeting each other's love there. They got married even, and then they were bringing their kids to those festivals as well. We changed lives of many people because August for Gatchina young people is always engagement in our festival, good communications with other countries, artists as well. And I am hopeful that in future we'll be thinking with greatest love to our past, because we even have enhanced the image of this wonderful Gatchina Museum, which reconsiders contemporary art seen through the eye of the past centuries and the other way around. Gatchina Museum has been made internationally acclaimed through our.
And I wonder who of you has been to Gatchina at the festival? Yes, there are some. Yeah, and I'm happy to know that. And I think it's something quite special because you get immersed into a very special environment dedicated entirely to the mix of landscape, history, culture, and contemporary creative work. And so I think it's something quite special, something that is unique. Well, or at least, I believe that there is nothing similar to that. As for our partners, the museum, the festival, that's a possibility, an opportunity indeed. And we need to talk to those who were with us as partners and who will keep working with us. Because we used the equipment of our partners, we together with the partners and with the artists, we created new projects. We were open to communication with partners and artists, and so it's all very important. And education is very important here, and knowledge sharing is very important. So a couple of minutes, yes. I'm also a director of the show consulting school, so I work on qualifications upgrading for theaters for creative industry. So this educational moment for me is very important. We invited a lot of students from Steglitz University, from ITMO, from Stroganov School, and many others, the High School of Economics, and everyone who is interested in media art is with us. So for them, it's internship. It's very important for the young people, for students, not to get limited to the presentation of their work on the screen, but to do something with their own hands. And we were part of the educational process as curators, as tutors. And it's important for schools and for students. And here we are. Where we are. The festival, the Night of Light, is not going to be there. But we were able to draw some conclusions, and we have the inventory of our resources. We have experience, we have resources, we have the community around us as artists and architects and light designers and manufacturers and distributors, and we hope that our reputation is good enough. I would like to think so. We tried our best, and well, we have quite a lot of things that we have accumulated and are able to use in the field. We move on. We move towards you. We go to the new museums, to the new spaces. We create a Delta M Festival Laboratory. That's a new brand. It's a new title. Beyond it, there is myself and my colleagues with whom we have been working in Gatchina for many years. I'm not sure where we are going to have the laboratory festival for the first time, Delta N, but there are no finished documents yet. But there are some ideas, of course, and first of all, I would like some of you to become members of our community, to be our partners, follow our next steps and join us in the process. Here is my Telegram email. You can contact me at any time. Contact me in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, any media. And I'm open now and ready to answer your questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olga. Any questions? Yes, you're welcome. Right. How can we do without questions from Sergei? Right. Yeah, Olga, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm one of those who were at the festival, and it's wonderful that you continue this work. It's nice to hear about the new project. We already have an idea where we can work together. But my question is about money. Our studio develops the lead master plans for the cities, and quite often when we can see that there is a need like that in a city, we suggest a regular light festival. And very often, or practically always, we come across one question: what will it give to the city apart from the abstract image financially? What will it give to the city? Do you have any information about the material result for Gatchina? Maybe there are visitors who come and stay overnight. Now, this could be very good for the future programs and projects. It's wonderful to have statistics like that. The Gatchina, the story is different. Gatchina is an enclave of St. Petersburg. It's in the heart of the Leningrad region, like the Vatican in Rome. So within there's a St. Petersburg Museum. Outside, it's another entity of the Federation, which did not take part in the funding of the festival, but they were outside. So, unfortunately, I do not have all the data in connection with that particular difficulty. But Eindhoven, there are about millions of people visiting Eindhoven in Holland. I can see the results for them. Talking about the festivals in smaller towns, there's Berlin and Prague, of course, where life is active without those. But in small towns like Cascais in Portugal, where there's Lumina Festival there are lots and lots of people there, who stay overnight. Gatchina is not ready for a festival like that yet. There are no hotels there yet. So I understand that in an ideal situation, a town or a city should be with us together, plan strategically for the future, building infrastructural system. So we in Gatchina, we actually had to find accommodation for everyone who was within the team and within the group of organizers, and there were not enough vacancies in the hotels for the visitors, and it was difficult even to rent an apartment for the time of the festival because there is no infrastructure in Gatchina yet. We hope the Leningrad region thinks of how to develop the capital of the region, but at the moment the situation is like that. It's suburban trains from Gatchina to St. Petersburg at night. We discussed that with the Russian railroads to make sure that during the nighttime there is a train. It's difficult for people. They arrive, the visitors arrive by coaches, by trains during the daytime, but what can they do at 3 a.m.? So we were able to arrange that for them. And that's a great achievement. But if we work years and years on, and if the Gatchina Museum, as the city, the region work together, then the economic effect, judging by my experience and the experience of our colleagues in Europe, is there. But it's difficult to make calculations now. Why does the city need, why does the town need it, apart from visitors, tourists? It's an ability to test some new designer solutions, new infrastructural solutions. It's like a laboratory, like a testing ground. Thank you. Thank you, Olga. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we'll thank Olga. And we are missing one presentation. So Datsenko is not with us. So it's Vladivostok. That's a bit difficult. So we have a very important event now, and this is not lunch. It's a joint photo, and then lunch. And then after lunch, we meet here at 3. Where can you eat? You entered the way. Now, if you turn left from the entrance, there is, further on, in the next one, there is a cafeteria where you can have lunch. And then there is Nevsky Prospect, 3 minutes away from you. You can go out there. And now our joint photo.
Next presentation, Yuri Orenburg Art Museum. And good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's so gratifying to see top-notch professionals on lighting here in this hall, and people who care for visitors, for museum workers, and for the museum artifacts, because all of that requires special light, high professionalism, and it's common knowledge that in Russian Federation, these days, if we enter the Russian Cultural RF portal, there are 615 museums, but altogether more than 5,000 museums. Orenburg Museum of Fine Arts is the only art museum in Orenburg region. We are at the crossroads between Europe and Asia, and the federal entity of Orenburg has got the longest border with the other state, with Kazakhstan. There is like a patchwork of museums. We have got the Museum of the Family of Rostropovich, the Museum of Sculptures named after Petin, the Exhibition Hall, the Gallery of Arts, the Gallery of Contemporary Arts, the Cultural Center, Hermitage in Eurasia. More than 500 different items are made out of Orenburg dawn. They are woven kerchiefs. They are very, very famous since the outset of the 20th century. That is another museum of fabrics. And 18 months ago, the fifth satellite of the State Hermitage was opened up in our place. It's called State Center, the Hermitage Eurasia. This is by no means accidental because Orenburg is located on the Urals River. It divides the continent into Europe and Asia. So we opted for this name for that museum. As I have mentioned already, that number of museums which is located outside Moscow in St. Petersburg in the central part of Russia is plentiful as well. Lots of other museums. I would like to quote Nikolai Karamzin, Russian writer and chronicler and historian. He said that Russia is relying on its provinces. That's the way it is. And this museum is not just the federal level museum standing next to the museums of Moscow and St. Petersburg, but other museums outside Moscow and St. Petersburg are at par with the museums of those two capitals. Here you can see the way the workers of our museum, with the engagement of the professionals, presented the collection of the Russian icons. And before that, we didn't have this opportunity to showcase that. That's entirely different impression made by professional lighting, as you see here. Further on, I would like to mention certain exhibitions of the museum. And as an onlooker and contemplator, we invited the polar bear here. It shows exactly the light changes the perceptions of different exhibitions. And also it's about color. Now we're saying that light provides for good navigation in space and comfortable perceptions of the artifacts, creates the wonderful and very special atmosphere and vibe in the museum. But first and foremost, it's about preservation of museum values. The Hermitage, the State Hermitage, which is presenting exhibitions in different parts of Russia, in different towns of Russia. That means that the hurdle is raised very high, and we should stretch up and score up to that. There are teams coming up from the Greater Hermitage preparing different projects here, identifying all the details. Only after that, we are opening up the exhibitions for spectators, but there are some differences in all that. Let's say it's classical artifacts from the Hermitage Russian Museum, Tretyakov Picture Gallery, and they are exhibited in contemporary exhibition hall, which is in conformity with all the modern requirements. But when we work in memorial spaces with the visitors, let's say the Rostropovich family museum house is holding the exhibition, we should not have a lot of lighting, even professional lighting, but we embarked upon contemporary technologies and virtual reality as well to create the atmosphere of deep immersion of onlookers into the world of 1940s of the 20th century. Amid the evacuation, people were evacuated to the rear. The family of Rostropovich went to Orenburg, and when visitors are walking through those halls, they're deeply immersed in that atmosphere of 1940s. We didn't have lots of spotlights, but we rather recreated the memorial ambience here. As to Eurasian, the Hermitage Eurasia, this new center, we had lots of experiments here, and we decided to embody all our ideas and desires, of course, based on our capacities, because not every Russian city or town has got the opportunity or the ability to showcase all the professional novelties and gimmicks due to the shortfall of financing, but also because there are just a few professionals of the level of St. Petersburg and Moscow professionals in lighting. We are just lucky. Orenburg is very far away from St. Petersburg, but we have got very good partners and very good friends in Moscow and in St. Petersburg who are giving us a helping hand in exercising our museum projects. This is one of the projects dedicated to Karl Brulov and his epoch, and we are concentrated on the space, showcasing the exhibits from the State Hermitage, and of course we take into account color rendering index, light intensity, light levels, all those things which were covered by the previous speakers today. And we also tried to take into account the space per se, because such exhibition halls are not available in each and every region. And we wanted to underscore the way the state heritage collections could be showcased in the regions with a population less than 1 million residents. Next exhibition project, which is totally different from the previous one, is dedicated to the pieces of 16th, 18th century. It's decorative applied art, life in the castles and palaces. We emphasize the role of light because it impacts the visitor's behavior, evokes emotions. And we tried to highlighting certain separate museum objects. And we underscore the fact that light in the museum, aside all the other things, can spotlight the most important artifacts or divisions of the exhibition. That's the way the exhibition looks like. It was opened quite recently. Classical St. Petersburg, the city and its residences dedicated to St. Petersburg. We've got a lot in common between St. Petersburg and Orenburg. Lots of St. Petersburg residents amid World War II moved over to St. Petersburg. Lots of factories evacuated from St. Petersburg continued their production there. And now a football club, Zenith Orenburg, is one of the sponsors as well, the exhibition as well. This exhibition has got a great appeal to Orenburg residents because our two cities are tied for more than centuries relationship. We were discussing the color rendering and color fidelity indexes, the beam angle, and so on. And those who are accustomed to more classical way the museum exhibitions are presented were disconcerted by the fact that they had to experience a certain discomfort during the visit to this exhibition because they all had different perceptions and ideas about the way the museum artifact should be presented at the exhibition. But having said that, we found some common ground, and we also outreached the mass media and used the internet space and media as well, explaining that the artifacts from the State Hermitage need a special mode of safety and security and storage and preservation, require very special technical attitude. I would like to mention a unique space. It's the only one in the world, Jasper Room. It's unparalleled exhibition conceived more than 15 years back from now, but we managed to make it come true, and we're playing around the light and lighting, color and lighting, our Orenburg landscape, unique jasper stone. The Urals mountains are most historic mountains in the world, dating more than 400 million years. Correspondingly, our Orenburg jasper is more than 400 million years old. That's how we showcase our exhibition, more than 300,000 tons of mountain rocks. We did not destroy the mountains. We did not destroy the cultural layer. We were just lucky. A while ago, our Orenburg craftsmen collected lots of production jasper from the refuse of mining rocks, and we persuaded them to help us with the creation of this Jasper Room in St. Petersburg. 9 jasper pictorial art panels which make all the visitors rejoice and enjoy it. It's made following very specific and special technology. We are playing around light and chiaroscuro and different dimmed lights and different lanterns. Maybe some might rebuke us for undermining or damaging our pieces, but I'm hopeful that Jasper will prosper in future as well, because it's appealing not by its beauty only, genuine beauty, but by some original ideas when students come along and they take along their test records, books for examination grades, and make a wish that they would get excellent. Also, virtual reality goggles, animation, cartoon movies for children. It's related to light and to color. It's easier to explain adults what Jasper Stone is all about, that it's 400 million years old. How are we supposed to explain that to a child? And we convey that information via games, via animated cartoons, movies. And we were just lucky. Last year, another star, the Hermitage Eurasia, appeared. It sprung to existence, making all the Hermitage lovers rejoice. Museum for All has got another interpretation as well. We may say that light for all in the museum and light for every visitor in the museum is very important. We do it in a tailor-made way, and of course, light in the museum is out there for any life stage. And using this opportunity, I'm here to invite you all to Orenburg. Do come along and check out all those museums. We've got plethora of museums, and our Hermitage Eurasia is the great attraction point for visitors out of our region and from other regions of Russia and from elsewhere abroad. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the patrons from the Hermitage participating in the creation of those exhibition projects. And I have got a request for you. Do consider for future, maybe for way, or maybe down the road, so that it would be possible to have more of those exhibitions and seminars in Orenburg as well. And we would like to get to know your requests and your ideas for our Orenburg museums. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are questions, right? Here we are. Yes, colleagues. I will step away from the general line of the conference. But I think what I'm going to say is important for conservation. I saw the exposition of icons, and so the lighting is there, of course, in place. And here is my question. Since I have been working on the conservation of icons for many years, my question is as follows. So in the room where there are icons displayed, what about the climate? Are you managing the climate there, the humidity? Yes, we're lucky. Thank you for the question. We're lucky. We're quite fortunate because we have rather good authorities, public authorities, and the previous governor paid adequate attention to our museum, and the government today supports us. So practically all the museum spaces that I presented to you in the museum has its own system of climate control. We control humidity, we control light, in spite of the fact that our climate is continental, and in the summertime we have 35, 40 degrees centigrade, so we can grow watermelons and melons, and it was plus 20 yesterday when I left. In the winter, it goes down to minus 35 centigrade. But you mentioned a very important component, and that's a very important thing. We have a very good museum, so you have around, well, year-round climate control. Each museum has a system of its own. Yes. Right, thank you. Another question? Yes, Yuri, thank you for the presentation. My first question is to continue with icons concerning light there. I noticed there are windows there, and there is quite a lot of light there, although these exhibits are not that resistant to light effects. So what do you do about the destructive impact of light? Do you use special film on the glass, and do you control lighting? And the second question is about the Rostropovich family. You said that you were not paying that much attention to light. You were just thinking of how to retain the historical outlook of the building. So what is the logic of that? Why do you use in the chandeliers so cold light lamps? Because of valves, because in the past they must have had warm light. No, when this slide with icons was being prepared, it was prepared after some repair works, and the blinds were not installed yet then. And then, as well as in Kislovodsk, we have about 320 sunny days, both in winter and in summertime. We have a lot of sun. So that means all the halls, all the rooms are designed in such a way that we have a possibility to limit the sunlight. As for the Rostropovich Museum, cold and warm light. Yes, in the historical building, with the atmosphere of the 1940s, the time of evacuation, we tried not to overload it with light, although there are certain spaces there where you can see Rostropovich virtually. There is a panorama dedicated to him, and there are different video materials demonstrated there. But even there, well, it's not so much the story of the light. It's radiators are more important. Those who understand that in the memorial homes and apartments, many of the engineers are using the present-day radiators, but we are not doing that. We are using the warm plinth so that a person looking would see that there are lamps of that period of time, that there are no radiators, and but nonetheless the room is comfortable enough for everyone. It's warm enough for eyes and for the body. Yes. About the bulbs, that's a different story. I'm responsible for other things. I set a goal and then look at how it's all being carried out, and to make sure that it's all comfortable enough and that it complies with the state's standards. So we can ask the professionals then a question. Why did they do it? Because in the 1940s there was no cold light in the apartments. Some even had paraffin lamps, so there was warm light all over. Right. Any other questions? Yes, thank you, Lev Eduardovich. Talking about light and bulbs. Sergei, indeed, I visited the museum. It's a very interesting museum. There is a sort of a dual situation there. There is the memorial part. The exposition is very light in color, and those white and gray colors with the traditional warm lamps, bulbs look very different. So maybe the neutral light is just right for that particular exposition. Let me arrange a vote. So our conference is once in 2 years, and could we have who stands for the conference in Orenburg? Who is willing and ready to go to Orenburg for the next conference in 2 years' time? Right. Well, I'll talk to the director, as the Hermitage has its center in Orenburg and Ekaterinburg as well, in Omsk, in Kazan, and all over. Theoretically and practically, it is quite possible to have a conference there. Maybe it's not always to be here. No, this could be interesting. Why not? No, maybe in Vladivostok there will be another Hermitage Center by that time. Sure, so that's a good idea. We'll discuss that. Okay, our next presentation is by Leonid Novakovsky, director of Farasalev, and Evgeny Volgina, electrical equipment and the chief engineer of the Tretyakov Gallery. Both of you, or one of you? So, Leonid Grigorievich, you are making the presentation, right? So, specifics of effective lighting of large-size paintings. It's a special problem for a simple reason. Sorry, there's no sound coming. Since the problems that emerge with the lighting of such paintings are numerous and they're serious enough. The major ones are the illumination that is not even because of the large size of the paintings. So we need a large number of light sources, because very often they're quite close to the paintings. And yes, could you turn the microphone towards? So from the lower part of the painting to the upper one, there is a big distance. And because of that, you can see that the upper part of the painting is lit poorly as compared to the lower part. There is another problem as well, namely, it's the size of the sources of light. Look at the central picture here. That's a Hermitage, a big painting, and look at how many sources there are. And a large part of the hall itself is also illuminated. The Orsay Museum, over there on the right-hand side, the illumination of a big painting by Courbet, 6 meters in length and 4 in height. And so a lot of lighting devices had to be installed, and you can see that there are. And so they create quite a number of complexities for the museum. There is a lot of devices and uneven distribution of light. It's even worse when the painting is under glass. With the protection with glass, some of the light flow goes upwards from below, and we can avoid glints and glare. But otherwise, there is a lot of glare. No, and here, though we came across all of that when providing lighting for Ivan the Terrible. After the latest restoration work, you remember, the painting had been damaged and it was restored twice after that. And of course, it was decided to cover it with glass, because the third restoration for the painting would have been disastrous. So it's necessary to retain it for the exposition. That was the only way to retain it, is to protect it with glass. As a result, we decided to use the classical method of lighting, 2 rows of lighting fixtures. With the lighting from below, we were able to get a good distribution of light. But since there is polarization occurring at different angles, the upper part, as in the literature, it's diffracted, and as a result, there is a good lighting. From the lighting coming from above, there was a certain now, the limited size of the camera did not make it possible to carry out this task completely, and so there was a lot of devices, and it was rather difficult to control and manage the system of illumination. So, as a result of the joint work with the designers of the Tretyakov Gallery, we came up with the following solution. We decided to change the arrangement of the interior of the hall, and so we decided to do the following. We excluded from the exposition the source of light. That was the first thing to be done, because that source of light created a discomfort in the hall. And so we decided to provide illumination from one point without having a system of lighting devices. So there was just one wide angle light devices in the vertical plane. The central one provides the general illumination. The upper and the lower ones are readied in order to make the illuminated area look evener, more even. So as a result, we have the following system. Here you can see how it works. There is a central device which illuminates from the upper part and this central zone, and goes a bit down and lower down. And then the next one, there is a device that illuminates, an extra one, illuminates the upper part, leveling out the illumination, and then the lower device, which works on the incidence angle, and thus levels out the illumination of the lower part. This way, we're able to have a properly arranged, even illumination of the large size painting. But there are other problems that emerge. When we designed this particular system, we did not coordinate properly the positioning of the light fixtures, the painting itself, and the size of the glass covering it. And so, as you can see, as a result, on the left-hand side, there is a glare which creates discomfort. As a result, the lower we had to put up the lower part device. It was necessary in order to shadow that particular part of the painting to avoid the glare and reflection in the glass. And so, as a result, we selected that particular system, and we were able to deal with the glare. So what do we have left? The impact of the artificial lighting on the ceiling. You can see that the ceiling is being reflected in the glass over the painting. And there is an impression that the room where Ivan the Terrible and his son are artificially illuminated. So one solution was to switch off that particular lighting device, and it was possible to do it, and we did that because we could not think of any other solutions. We could not possibly redesign the ceiling. That was probably not the best solution, indeed. We really had to readapt. The visitors in the room do not stay that long. They come from a room with a lot of light, and they have to adapt to this darker room. Physiologically, it is difficult. At the painting itself, they stay over a rather short period of time, and there is not enough time for readaptation of the eye. So the correct way was to change the ceiling structure, introducing certain screens and certain blinds, preserving the artificial lighting without mixing it up with the natural light, with the daylight. Here is the result, what we have. On top, you can see what we had with the so you could see what happened with the ceiling problems, but you can see the final solution. There's no glare. The painting is well lit. There's the proper spread of the light over the painting. The level of light is good enough to see all the details of the painting, and it's also comfortable for the eye. Now, we follow the same principle with the Hermitage, a large painting here in the Hermitage. So on top, you can see the way it is lit today, and down below you can see the way the light could be used on that particular painting. With two very different impressions, as you can see. And here is the device with the help of which we can carry out this particular work. Another method of improving efficacy and efficiency is the work with the contrast. Now, the light beam, that's the traditional way we use it. Actually, it lowers down the contrast of perception, and the 20 lux is reached to, and we get 0.6 Nge. And with the framework lighting, when we remove the lighting at the edges, we need just 160 lux in order to get a similar sensation, similar type of perception when we look at the painting, and with a certain level of consumption saving. So here are the devices for the lighting of the smaller size paintings. Working on the frames of the painting, and it works quite well because the bundle is well spread and equally, and we have been able to achieve a very high level, a very good level, and we also were able to provide light on the information leaflets. It's very difficult sometimes to get information because and another problem was the creation of a device with autonomous system of power supply with a battery, and so it's particularly important in the rooms where there are no proper power supplies. In churches, in old palaces, it does work like that.
And it's especially important when we arrange mobile traveling exhibitions and loan exhibitions at the Hermitage. For example, you can see this work is standing in between the windows at the daylight, at high luminance. The work is almost invisible. So it needs special lighting, and the spotlighting of this plaque could be used by a special frame or LED spotlighting, so it will be possible to read in any language this information which is there. Thank you. That's it. I'll take your questions, if any. Thank you very much. Questions? Please grab the mic. You mentioned that you used broad-angled sources of light. Is there any difference in perceptions of the work related to the angle towards the plane of the lighting, because the texture of the canvas and the different lighting could be perceived differently. I am well familiar with the problem. I worked with the printing matter. There is the category of luster, and well, it's not a museum topic, maybe more like a popular topic when they do the printing on the material with such a texture with luster, and it's hung on the wall. It's not possible to look at it from any angle, no matter from where you look at it. It will be glaring. You coped with the problem, but all the same, did the onlookers perceive the work in the same way, or you had to give up certain things in order to have the genuine impression of the onlookers? Yes, it's not possible to spotlight any work or piece of art whatsoever just upwards. It could be differently because there could be unexpected effects not envisaged by the painter himself. We wouldn't say that this is one-fit-all solution for all. Every time we should evaluate the way we could sort out this or that task. Well, as to this picture specifically, actually there was a special protection for it because it was salted once, so its anti-glaring system above the picture is deep inside. So conventional accented lighting would provide for inadequate reflection and specular reflections. That way, when it's lit up upwards, it doesn't have glares and specular reflections. This is a unique case because there was an attempt to steal the picture. Kuznetsov from the Institute of Cinema and Television. Did you take into account the distance of the observation, the distance at which the onlooker is located? I'll explain why I'm asking that. Is he or she adjusted only to a middle chromaticity of the picture, Ivan the Terrible, or that purple color of the wall, and the golden frame, which is very thick and lavish? Chromatic adjustment of an onlooker would be very challenging, or you're just spotlighting that part of the picture so the onlooker is at such a distance that he sees only the canvas. Of course, we took into account the distance between the onlooker and the painting. Depending on that, the picture could be different, installment could be different. There are some limitations on the breadth of the work, not on the height of it, although but in that case, we are spotlighting the work in some other ways. There are lots of technical solutions and technical gimmicks for that. The best one could be the same as in the camera. When there's this video diaphragm, you can do it manually or in automatic mode with stepwise actuators, and of course we do take into account the distance from the position of the right incidence angle of that radiation. Unfortunately, the heat load is not good enough here, so we should place this device very close to the picture. so that the painting pictorial layer would not accumulate that, because a cumulative effect destroys the canvas, destroys the pictorial layer. The smaller the angle, the higher the effect. Yes, there is one more question there. I am Alexei Bartov, head of the Technical Bureau RNK. Judging by your presentation, we can see that you look through many different options at the stage when you're trying to get rid of the glares. Did you do field work, or did you digitize it first? We created some simulation models as well, but mostly it was field work done in place. Second question. Did you evaluate in that light spot which was superimposed over the picture the regularity of distribution of color characteristics, the coordinates of the coloricity? Yes, and we use the standard for the sources of light, the matrix with rather high color rendering index, but it's possible to retrofit this device and use fiber optic transfigurating system. This is the converter which enables us to retain almost 100% color fidelity index throughout the life cycle of the light spot. I have a question. Go ahead. It's the following one. Did you have applied studies of the canvas at the Tretyakov Gallery, because it's large-sized paintings? For example, did you ever try to use this methodology to spotlight Caravaggio canvas, which was never stretched out and never was confronted by artificial light, and there are lots of glares? We've given it a try, and are you aware that in order to render the dramaturgy of the canvas, you don't have to spotlight it angle to angle, so you can spotlight the plot lines, that would be enough. But as to visitors and onlookers standing at different distance from the picture, you create the right angle and the onlooker will find the best place where to stand. It's possible to optimize it, but that requires extra efforts, but it's possible to deal with that problem. Did you see the way the visitors are reading the inscription labels, taking pictures on the smartphone, jumping up, stretching up to see it, or just squatting to see it? To find the right position to look at the canvas. Well, we looked at it from different standpoints. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you very much once again. Next, Anastasia, productive PhD architecture, light laboratory. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I generally wish to have our sound as good as the light, so I'll try to neglect the microphone, continuing speaking, which is entirely impossible because of the translation. So I'll use the microphone. I'll tell you about the project of the State Historic Museum, the project Svayasi. It was a year ago. Raise your hands, those who have seen that exhibition, Svayasi. Thing is that I represent the project of the Laboratory of Light, its education project, and also we're specializing on the cultural heritage sites. And we were sort of persuaded to become part of it, and it was something new for us. It was challenging. First, we were rather cautious, but they told us that it's not so very challenging, so very difficult, because when I started dealing with the exhibition lighting, for me, it was something new altogether, almost like an eye-opener. We'll speak about the atmosphere, that is about the vibe and environment of that exhibition, and how we tried to keep the visitors' attention and concentration, also lighting and sound and different sense. We were not just light designers, but we were leading visitors tours. We were looking at different lighting decisions, transformation throughout the exhibition time. So I was engaged into the project. They said there would be those fairy tale birds, sparrows singing. So I decided to become part of the project, and we were working on the concept. The idea was that the exhibition is rather small, 300 square meters, and it conveys the idea of the house as the space for subsistence, the space for being and living. Curators were thinking about it. For some, it's the country, the motherland. For some, it's just the home. Here's your own household, your own family, and so on. And we made an attempt to figure out what unites us all, although we're so different. But we share the same idea about the house. We invited 79 artists, and those 79 artists came along with entirely different items and artifacts to showcase them at the exhibition. We liked it all. But then when we were discussing how we would create light, we decided to start from the images, to do it via images. The light was conveying young girls, laughter, or sometimes Russian existential horror, and so on. Running ahead, I might say that we were keeping abreast with the contemporary times. We used all the senses, wonderful sound, amazing sound. Composer Pavel Kospunsky was invited. He made its own sounding for each space of the exhibition. It was wonderful. Different scents and fragrances were there, and light was also embedded into all that. So it was a comprehensive task for us since the very start. And then as we proceeded, I figured out that it was something very special. Here is like the general layout with you can see the architecture of the exhibition, those source materials, those tracks, but they were made very differently from everything else. Another thing was the amount of lighting fixtures. They were strictly limited. Those which are available at the historic museum. Next stage of the project might also be interesting for designers. These images were made by architects, but something was sort of missing from that, and we had to come along with our own ideas. We said that it's not possible to locate the tracks that way. Next challenge encountered us when we received a set of different items. I am accustomed to work with historic architecture, and I will see the sites, the objects I am going to lit up, and we received those pictures. We didn't know whether it was sort of a standard or not a standard, the size, how they would combine together. So we felt rather tentative. And so this is the map of lighting of the cities. And I would like just to mention that we have got a certain landmarks here, and lighting composition. The city is a very complex structure. And this is the shot, which is like very museum-like, because the observer is in the dark, and what we see right and left on different banks of the river looks like the artifacts of the exhibition. And based on that perception, I carried through with my designing at the museum. We were thinking about moving around visitors in those 6 or 7 different corridors, better so that visitors would see them all, and those yellow arrows point the circulation or the direction of the movement, which would be the main one. You can see the key object, that sculpture, which is spotlit from that side. I'll show you the way it looks from the other side.
The other side, you can see that there are rhythmic shadows, and they are interconnected with the next exhibit. So this is actually an artistic method. Look at the upper part of Makashe. There is active red reflections, a set of those, because we wanted to make sure that Makashe is the central sculpture holding the whole space around. In style, it is not exactly from the interior of the State Historical Museum. Have a look. We intentionally, we looked for the reflections, and you move the light fixture and it disappears. And so that was quite an interesting part of work for us. From different sides, it looks different. So thus we built this central part of the composition, hoping that those people who are drawn to it will start looking left and right, and will be interested in other areas. That was a mistake of ours, because everyone who came up to it, you know what they did? If only they were taking pictures. They were taking out their phones and were lost to the outer world. Some were taking photographs, but generally speaking, that was their pathway to a very different space, a very dark shot. I see it quite different indeed, and I don't know even how to demonstrate it in a proper way to make it more attractive. Those are the strips and the stripes. Those stripes actually move us to the next area, to the other artifacts in that other space. And here is one of the title exhibits, the Magic Pond, an interesting location. Have a look. You will find here some of our project solutions. Here are the large mirror down there. On the mirror, there are kokoshniks decorated with glass beads. There are also glass flowers there. You can see a certain allusion there. It's reminding us of the pond in Polenov's paintings and the beautiful boots. And well, what kind of light should we have here? We cannot possibly use light on the mirror. They will have glare, definitely. So it was decided to work in parallel to this mirrored space. It was large enough, and technically it was not that easy to carry out this work, but nonetheless we managed. You can see on the right-hand side picture there are reflections. So all the items are being reflected. There is no light on the mirror, and the only artifact we're using light on is the set of boots. According to our project, the light fixtures at the sides were to be covered up with special curtains in a way. Unfortunately, a decision was made to save some resources, and anyway, they were not covered up. As a result, they were blinding, but that was not the worst thing. The worst thing was that the authors of those exhibits used to come, and they insisted on having light on their exhibits, and every single time we had to return to the exposition, rebuilding it. And as for reflection and glare, above the boots you can see reflection, so the light was not only on the boots, but we also tried to work with the space in general. And very dark, as you can see. Well, that's beautiful there. I can send the presentation to you. The colors here are not quite proper. If you are interested enough, I can actually email to you this presentation. Windows. In each and every home there are windows, so we decided to have these light windows, and we expected people to take pictures rather than stay in their phones. So that was an attempt of ours to have these windows as if we were in a real home. So further on, the stove, but there was nothing fire red. Everything was blue and white, created by the curators. And in the center you can see a village house and the associations by the curators, the sort of nests and children coming out of those nests as fledglings and well, on the way to their own life, traveling. So yeah, move on. Another zone, the red corner. And here, according to the curators, the symbols of Christianity and paganism meet. And you can see here a dish which is illuminated. That was to be the title exhibit. When I demonstrated a picture to you where we couldn't see what was big and what was smaller, it was very big, but in reality it was tiny. And in order to emphasize its importance, we made those glass cubes which were supporting this artifact in order to make sure that it weighs more, so to speak, in the space. Another shot, angels. And here is, we were lucky to ask the curators to change the color of the walls from black into white. For some reason, it was not obvious for them. If there are shades, they should be on the light surface. That was an obvious thing, but anyway, so we insisted on changing the color, and that was good. The storage area, and here are the light cubes once again. And the same zone, the same area, the window, the light window, the red cockerel, and it was red on the blue background. So both colors were to look attractive, and so it was 270 on red and 4,000 on blue. They mix up in the picture, and as a result, we have very good effect. Now the sitting room, Gornitsa, the area which is to be attractive enough, tasty, so delicious indeed. And so as a picture, there we wanted the texture here to be visible, and we wanted the picture to be quite active. So these are different zones, different areas at the exhibition, but it seems to us that they are friendly to each other. And a few words about surprises that awaited us at the time of design work. So we were able to overcome the wall from black to white, but it was not always possible to achieve such a success. Here is the architect's project. You can see there is an eagle. We thought that the background was shiny, and we thought there will be light on that and there will be glare. Well, so this is a zone dedicated to the maiden's laugh. But when we obtained the artifact, then we discovered that those were shiny things hammered onto the surface, and there was no glare. But there appeared two mirrors on top and down below. Nothing drastic here, but look what happened. Here is my photo. It was made by a person who is standing up there and working with the light fixture. And then with the glare, it's a guest who came to get acquainted with the exhibition. So the incidence angle is different. And so everyone who came in and looked at this exhibit was actually coming across the glare, and there was no way to get rid of that. And so the tracks were in the places where they were. We couldn't change anything in this sense. So if in the project you have glass, you have mirrors, materials of that sort, you should always understand where they are, how they're going to be placed, because these are tricky materials, devious, I would even say. Now, we visited the exhibition several times as guests. We were able to see which particular light fixtures worked, which ones in the pond. Everyone was trying to build a composition of their own. We noticed that when there are too many visitors, this happened at the opening ceremony, there was to be more light because there were different regimens of lighting for the opening ceremony and for the regular days. So it is an interesting experience, and I would recommend to all the designers to visit the exhibition as visitors to see what the visitors think, say, and how they react. And at the end, well, I would like to say that I became the curator of the exhibition that will be held at the Moscow Institute of Architecture. Architect and Light, it is entitled. The QR code will take us to the site of the exhibition. The exhibition will be open on the 12th of May. It's a free entrance, and there will be some educational events free as well. It is dedicated to light being born at the level of the city. We discovered quite a lot of historical materials dedicated to that. The first orders for the urban lighting in Moscow. And so it's a story of how it all happened, some ancient projects of the 1890s and end of the 20th century. So some unique materials. And there is also an interactive zone. And there you can also work, and you can actually set your own system of lighting. You can pick up some of the lighting fixtures. That's all quite interesting, and we'll be happy to see you there at the exhibition. That's my contacts. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Questions, please. Yes, there is a question. You're welcome. Yes, good afternoon. Denis Dobrov. So here is my question concerning the information labels. I thought that the exhibition, they are not lit. They should contain information about the exhibition. How does this work? Now, unfortunately, at this presentation, it seems that there is not enough light at all. It's the problem of photography. Yes, if you're interested enough, I can email the presentation with the correct color rendering, because I can see a very different picture right here. So these labels, well, they were not lit specifically, but the lighting was adequate. They were white with the black text, and it was possible to see them properly. So it's not a problem. If you're interested enough, I can tell you that in the area of the pond, we actually did not provide any light on certain artifacts. It was intentional. It was a sort of a brave solution. The authors of those pieces were not happy about that, but we created an atmosphere, a certain atmosphere, and there were items appearing there, not planned to begin with. And so with lighting on every single piece, we could easily have a sort of affair. I witnessed quite often that when the visitors come to a museum, to the exhibition space, they do sometimes photograph the information in order to read it properly. That's not very convenient. Thank you for the comment. Yes. No, but on the whole, I liked it all very much. Thank you. Yes, anything else? Anastasia? First of all, I would like to think while I was sitting here in the second row, it was impossible to hear you, but when I moved over here, it became possible. Yes, I was able to hear properly. Now, if you do not hear well enough there, move upwards, find a place where the sound is better. Because the speakers say a lot of interesting things, but there are certain parts of the room where there is poor sound. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Another question? No, it's not a question, but it's a comment, rather, a comment. I would like to focus on the following. Our colleague has already mentioned that previously. Namely, Alexey Valentinovich, at the beginning you said that there is a triangle, and when Anthony Bergen spoke, he added to this triangle a couple of about corners. So the information would make sure that people do not stumble. But it's a topical issue indeed for these huge museums, such as the Hermitage Museum. People are different, and there are people who are not that strong, not that healthy. They might have some health issues. And this exposition is very interesting. Those who visit it, I'm sure, will not have any problem like that. And here is our colleague said, this can be rephrased. The beauty in the eyes of the beholders. And so, we shouldn't always try to make every single visitor happy. The artistic aspect sometimes is more important. Thank you. Anything else? Yes, here is my question. There are photographs with the exhibits with interesting texture, but it was not clear enough how you provided lighting illumination of those exhibits. What did you do for those exhibits with interesting? These ones? No, the interesting fabric. The previous one. Yes, this one? Yeah. This is not fabric. It's painting. In reality, the light is at an angle here. There's grading, but it's used for the painting. And you can see that by the shades. There is a track there, and we decided not to provide light on this 30-degree angle. We ignored that, and there are two sources of light here. And as a result, we have this interesting image. It looks like fabric rather than painting. But then there is a 19th century painting, and of course there was a classical type of lighting on it. It was the author saw that particular solution here. The author agreed to that, and so I must say that the mounting process took a lot of time. All the authors took part in that. They were able to see the illumination, and they said yes or no to the results. And so, it was it's a short presentation, but it took us half a year to carry out this preparatory work for the exhibition. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Right. Thank you. Let's thank our speaker. Our next speaker is Nikolai Vorobyov and Olga Yeremina, the chief curator of the Ostankino and Kuskovo museums. Two speakers, right? Yeah. You can have two microphones. You know, really, I didn't want to demonstrate just one of the projects, but there is a project that we wanted to show, and this is the project which was inspired to me by the Lights of Moscow Museum. And so I was greatly impressed by the collection of light devices and fixtures. Once, when I was in Ostankino and visited the former director, Professor Vdovin, I said, I dreamed of working there. That was about 8 years ago. He suggested to have some cognac. We had some cognac, and he said, okay, you'll work on it. But unfortunately, he's not with us any longer, and I decided not to get there again. And once Olga called me, and she's a candidate of history and the main curator of the museum, and I didn't know that she was more than a director, and she suggested that we work on the Ostankino project, and I asked Olga about the drama invested into that project, and it should be at the end of the turn of the 18th, 19th centuries. So 1812. Is that all right? Or is that no? No. So we were. So 4 to 5 years. That is the period of time we cover within the project. Maybe that is the unique aspect of this project. 1805, 1804. So what was used for the illumination of the palaces and the space at the time without any electricity?
I wanted Olga to tell us about this unique project. It's just a handful of those projects around the world, 3 or 5 maybe, no more than that. In a nutshell, about Ostankino Palace, which is the only one which is retained in Russia. It's wooden structure, it's wooden theater of 18th century, looks like a stone building, but it's stuccoed. It's wooden one. It was created for a theater, for the sake of the theater, and surrounding it, gala halls are like a theater, foyers, and lighting is very important for Ostankino Palace now, as well as 200 years ago. It was built in the end of the 18th century with gala rooms of the foyers. It was constructed for gala receptions. The living premises were entirely different. Ceilings were much lower. The furniture was much more modest. Those were gala receptions at night, and they used to turn night into a spectacular performance where everything was centered around the light. There were two acts of it. The very bright exterior and the grandeur of the interiors. I was listening with genuine interest toward the state of the art of the lighting in the museum, but it was the same 200 years ago as now. It started out from the designing or terms of reference articulated by the customer, Count Sheremetyev. Those designs in the Stansky Museum show the architecture, the location of galleries, ceilings, walls, but also furniture and lighting fixtures. And their location, shape, and size, and different materials, the shape of the light fixtures provided for different effect. Luster or shine or glistening, location at different levels, accentuated the space. All the levels of the interior are lit up by different types of lighting fixtures, going all the way upwards by floor lamps, wall lamps, suspended lamps, and it was possible to locate different light accents, and technique-wise, it was well conceived for it because they had to think about the exact number and the size of the candles, because the replacement of candles amid the gala ceremony, amid the crowds of guests, it was unthinkable. So it was to be done much before the gala reception started, and there were different devices and fixtures back then. A wooden ladder padded with wool material, and it was rolling over the parquet floors of different rooms to different places. There are 2.5 thousand square meters of unique parquet floors. It's not just the fully realized design project was lighting, but it's a project which was preserved thanks to the peculiar attributes of that history. All the lighting fixture customized, tailor-made for and manufactured by a Stankin Palace are still in their own places, just exactly where they were supposed to be located 2 centuries ago. And before Nikolai will fill you in on how it was transformed into a miraculous lighting of the rooms. Now, I would like for us to come to terms about the terminology we use. There are 2 types of lighting fixtures, chandeliers and church chandeliers. All the standing lamps were called chandeliers, and also the chandeliers of the churches. As to Ostankino Palace, I reiterate that light was disseminated around the halls, going upwards, all the way up, via different levels of lighting. Floor lamps below, torchero floor lamp, if we translate it from French, is a torch. In Middle Ages, those were the torches shaped like a human figure holding a flare or a torch in his or her hands. Floor lamps are between 2 and 3.5 meters high. They're made out of wood. They are multi-tiered lighting fixtures. I reiterate, they're all made out of wood, although they look like cast bronze. So all those floor lamps are still there in our everyday life, in our modern apartments as well. We like floor lamps, but this is the girandole. The girandole originates from Italian word girandole, which means fireworks. It's a cascade of crystal glistening by different colors. It has got wonderful decorative effects. It's always crystal. Here, first girandoles appeared in Italy, then in England in 17th century, in Russia in 18th century, and they were very popular, even less so in France, because in France they adhered to traditions of working with bronze. They had those candlesticks. In Russia, they know how to work with glass, so girandoles, crystal girandoles were very in back then. Their peculiar attribute is that it's like a chandelier, but on a support. It's a floor, like a floor chandelier. It could be called a lighting fixture. It was to be installed on the tables and lowboys during the receptions, but they didn't last for long. I mean, when they stopped being popular, it was the end of the 19th century. They were sort of phased out by the candlesticks. So it depends on the number of the candles. The candelabra is very massive. As the support, it has got a sculpture, is a lighting fixture for 3, 5, 8, and up to 18, 12 candles with sculptured base and a big number of candlesticks. This is the candlesticks for 1 or 2 candles only. It's more in everyday use, but not for palace interiors. But in a Ostankino Palace collection, it has got this very picturesque crystal image. So you can see all those lighting fixtures at that tier. Next, candle vases made out of wood mostly, but sometimes out of glass. They were installed on the tables, different low boys cabinets, cantilevers. Cantilevers could be in the upper tier of lighting under the ceiling to lit up the largest spaces. In Ostankino, the Egyptian and Italian pavilion, Egyptian pavilion has been restored and reopened, and you can see those lighting vases there. Wall lighting fixtures to lit up the middle tier. The wall chandelier are quite unique type of lighting fixture. Just copper or bronze sheet is cleaned up and polished, then replaced by the mirror. And there are several cantilevers with candlesticks in them. In front of it, the mirror reflects it. What you see here, there are 4 candles shaped as a lyre with crystal strings. It's unique. It was fabricated for Ostankino, customized for Ostankino, and it doesn't have any analogs around the world. Alongside with those wall lighting lighting fixtures, there were the so-called bras, which means a hand. It's a suspension shaped as a hand. It was fixed up on the wall, to the wall. But with time, that hand was transformed into a set of bow and arrows or a ribbon with cantilevers. If we go higher up, there are suspended lighting fixtures. There are two types which exist nowadays as well. A smaller one in size, but very important in its just impression is the lantern, and there is the glass bell in it. For us, it was very important because this architecture with enfilade rooms is not proper for our climate. There could be drafts and so glass bells protect the candles from being blown off. That is why in Russia that type of lighting fixtures was way more popular versus the southern countries like Italy and France, where it came from initially. The highest and located higher up and most luxuriant one are chandeliers beginning from the 18th century with manganese glass suspensions or manganese glass to get rid of greeny impurities. They add up manganese, so there is a wonderful purple luster there. And there are multi-tier chandeliers and lantern chandeliers. Because there could be drafty air in the wooden palaces. So those cascading chandeliers were located in at the picture gallery in Ostankin Palace. I told you first that they are all in their initial places, but it's not really so because most of those items are the stock storage because the palace is closed for restoration, but one of the pavilions, Egyptian pavilion and adjacent galleries are already open for visitors, and many of those initial objects were returned to their historic place. So you can see all the splendor and grandeur, all the crystal glass and magnificent lighting thanks to the project prepared by Gergislavich. So that way it's not just possible to see those items, but also to deeply immerse into that ambience of 18th century, to feel like you're a guest of Count Sheremetyev, to have this journey into the past. I would like to give the floor to my colleague. Bottom line thing, when we were discussing the dramaturgical effects of that period, the day after, we also figured out that neither object would be electrified, never ever, we said. And we had a very challenging task to have light without lighting, to simulate the light of the candles. The restoration company, the Renaissance, referred us to the best in the world manufacturer of such devices, but it was more than 6 years ago, and now we're amid import substitution. Do you know why Chinese-made passenger cars are so popular? Because it's very fast. It's a very short period period of time between patching the commercial idea and manufacturing the cars. There are different exhibitions, different manufacturers, Chinese, Italian, Russian, and I know the difference between all those lighting fixtures. I wouldn't refer to them as washes, quotas, and others. I call them lighting parts. I just need a specific angle of light distribution, certain dramaturgy, surges, certain luminance degree, and so on. And we started experimenting on air acoustics years back from now. We come up with the detailed specifications, and we are showing you only one quarter of the palace. Then the Italian pavilion will be reopened 2 years after, then central part of the palace will be reopened after restoration only 3 years down the road, and so on. So we've come along with the concept of about 60 halls within 2 weeks with great details. But then ERCA pulled out of our market. So what is a fitting a lighting fixture Olga told us about? It's about candles, paraffin candles. If it's a chandelier, they are in a chandelier. That's the resource of the lighting fixture. They are long. They should give off light, let's say, for 4 or 6 hours. The others ones located on the table. It's easier to have them replaced when the candle burns off. So the candles are smaller on them. Each of those candles, each cloud of flame creates certain glares and flashes. We look at the distance between the lighting fixture and the flame and the upper portion of it. So there are those glares as well. How are we supposed to light up a chandelier? No hard feelings for the Hermitage, but we made an experiment. It was 500th anniversary of Raphael exhibition, Nikolai Hall. We spotlighted huge chandeliers. It was just wonderful. Before looking at Raphael works, they were making pictures of the chandeliers. If you raise your hand and spread out your fingers just like that, so in order for a crystal to give off real light, it should be lit up by the first angle from the outwards and then to show the silhouette, so we backlighted for that. So we are looking from different angles. So it was spotlighted by micro lighting fixture by a leather company. They were manufactured quite rapidly. They are remotely operated and controlled by luminance.
As for the driver box, it was on the cornice. So from the cornice, there is hanging a tiny, tiny light fixture. And who can say that with the palace, with the 8-meter high ceilings, cannot be lit with 2 to 6 watt light fixtures? We are arranging exhibitions in these historical interiors with the help of micro light fixtures. Welcome to the AZ Museum, which I represent as a light designer, and with a license for carrying out the work in any part of the world. What we demonstrate to you on the pictures, that's not my work. Unfortunately, no, Sergei drafted everything. I signed the contracts with the Alma-Ata Museum of Modern Art and left for the work there in that museum. But recently, in spring, no, we decided not to take any new pictures. So in April this year, I set light properly in this particular space. And if you look into that museum, you will be able to see it. So a Russian manufacturer, company leader, did something that ERKA tried to do at a very high level of price. But the company made these micro light fixtures and actually overcame everything that ERKO had been doing. So the effect is outstanding. The result is achieved. And when you choose among the manufacturers, please remember that each and every company can make something. Not every, no, I would say leather is like Chinese. Within 2 weeks, they can do something that the others are going to discuss over 2 months. So we made all the decisions quickly, we coordinated everything, and here is what we have. And no, we also carried out the Renaissance restoration, so to speak. We created 2 or 3 patterns. I decided not to go through the process. Just imagine here, there is a crystal chandelier. There is no natural light. What light does this chandelier give, in your opinion? Light goes to the sides. Since the chandelier is at the ceiling, beyond it there is some light aura. No one has been able to recreate it. This is a light ring, so to speak, which is a miniature ring, which you cannot see from down below, which goes through the through that textile that covers the chain of the chandelier. Then this ring has not been reproduced by anyone yet to make it aesthetic enough and acceptable. So there is still a lot of work to be done in this sense. And that's it. What else is there to say and to explain? Now, here on the screen, you can see quite well that the Italian pavilion and the palace halls open after the restoration are not flooded with traditional museum light. There is no light on the specific exhibits. So what the project envisaged and what we designed for the future by Nikolai, these are the light spots in the areas where originally there were light fixtures and devices, and they're all outside. Nothing suffered, and no building suffered. Not a single artifact under the girandoles, the candelabra, the vases are exactly in the areas, in the places that where historically there used to be light fixtures, and this is all outside, which is very important. And all the historical chandeliers, vases, and girandoles, the candles were always outside the crystal elements, not like it is today when the bulbs are lost among the crystal pendants. And this was all done intentionally for the light to shine and twinkle in the interior. Here is one of the chandeliers, the basket-like chandeliers. They provide glare all over the room. So these principles were followed, and nowadays it looks even more attractive, even more authentic. So come to Ostankino, come and appreciate the work done. Now, I also wanted to add, and an answer to the question, what is the color temperature? We decided to avoid yellow colors, 2.5 Kelvin, to 700. And so that is the color temperature here in general. Now, I was fighting against the museum professionals because a lot of green, blue, emerald color, dark blue color, and of course, with the white color, they would have looked much better. Well, in the days of the Sheremetyev family, that was very different. So we decided, let it be like that. Any questions? Any questions? Oh, we proceed. No, thank you very much. Thank you. We have 3 presentations left. I will be a bit 10 minutes late. So our next speaker is Nikolai Kukin, head of the project office at Tretyakov and Lyubov Volgina, the State Tretyakov Gallery, head of the Department of Electrotechnical Equipment, the Chief Engineer Department of the State Tretyakov Gallery. If you need 2 microphones, you're welcome. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Well, good afternoon, dear colleagues, friends. Today, when getting ready for the presentation with my colleague, we were thinking what can be useful in our presentation for all the participants of the conference. And so we decided that today it is more important to speak about, not so much about light, but about the attitude of the museum to light and lighting. So we are sort of summing up the discussion of today. And our colleagues from Orenburg, from the Moscow Kremlin Museum, from Ostankino, good light is there if the museum wants to have good light and lighting. Yes, dear friends, I would like to share with you some of my ideas concerning the experience of the reconstruction of museums. Well, of course, with the focus on the lighting. What should be done to have a comfortable light environment? What stages do we need to go through in order to provide not only comfort but also safe storage and display of the artifacts? The Tretyakov Gallery has a lot of experience in this sense. Over the past 40 years, our gallery has been engaged in building, construction and reconstruction. We have expanding the exposition area, the storage area. We have been changing the design of the exhibition rooms and halls, and moreover, we are remodeling parts of the buildings for different needs of the museum. Moreover, we're also engaged in the reconstruction of buildings, of the rooms of the Tretyakov Gallery. For example, we carried out the repair works on the lighting fixtures in the church of St. Nicholas in Tolmachi. Or we created a special lighting fixtures for Repin's painting, Ivan the Terrible and his son Ivan, after restoration completed. So we have a lot of experience of embedding the lighting fixtures into the interior of the halls, of connecting those lighting fixtures to the existing power systems. And we always think about the comfortable light environment in the museums. We said a lot today that the good color, at the previous conferences we spoke about that as well, that the basis of that good light and lighting is the system of state standards. And we are most grateful to the whole team that worked on those standards. We're grateful to the Hermitage Museum for that as well. So we have these standards, and this is the basis of our work. The light in the museums depends very much on those, and those characteristics that are described in the standards have already been mentioned today. Alexei Valentinovich mentioned them, and he also mentioned that there are some extra standards that are to be drafted. They're most important indeed. And one of those aspects is the quality of the spot, which is difficult to describe in any measurable indicators, or in the standards we don't have that at all. But if we have light on the white wall, we can see the quality of that light. And so I can compare it to the following. When we use light fixtures with a low quality spot, uneven, with aberrations, then it's like taking a classical artifact or a piece of work and listen to it or watch it through noise. So this light pollutes perception. And following our experience, together with the Tretyakov Gallery, we first of all insist on checking what kind of light a light fixture gives on the white wall. Everything else comes after that. So if there is good light in the museums, then let's ask some questions. Let's think today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, how we can use these state standards, how we can use the funding that is definitely available. And not only federal museums have money for that. We can see this is happening all over the country. Small museums get funding for that. How can we apply the successful practice and experience of other museums that have gone through that particular period of remodeling? Because the result depends very much on the standpoint of the museum. And the result, well, of course, these are the technical parameters of the light fixtures, but there is also a wish of the museum to get good light. What is there in the basis? What predefines the success? Good light, well, from the point of view of the Tretyakov Gallery, is the result of enormous research work and testing of the equipment and setting of the goals and examination of different projects and options. Moreover, the attitude of the administration is very important. That helps the staff. Support, financial support, administrative support is very important to tackle these issues. And our administration has been supporting us considerably when we were selecting equipment for the construction of the branches of ours in Kaliningrad and other cities. And well, of course, we were also assisted greatly by the introduction of the state standards. When the norms were transformed into the state standards, covering museum lighting and LED systems used in the museums helped us a lot. That was a great support for us. This allowed us to work on the Kadashovsky embankment building properly. We really, when the builders commented on the work, we did know what to refer to and rely on. And we accumulated quite a lot of experience of working on the terms of reference. We learned how to formulate the terms of reference for lighting equipment, how to prepare the vendor lists, considering the import substitution, of course. And so we learned how to prepare the drafts, how to work on the changes for the executive documents, how to select suppliers properly and select the equipment in the right way. We work on that in a sort of a comprehensive, integrated way. And this covers not only the devices as such, but also the power supply aspects. Apart from that, if we move over to construction as such, in our country, the process is such that a gallery or any other museum that takes part in the construction or is expecting for a new building has the status of the user or a beneficiary. And the customer in this case is always a public structure, a public entity, which has administrative and financial capacities. And then there is the other side, the contractor, a building company, a designer, whatever. So it all depends on the situation, of course, and the particular stage of the process. So the role of a user or beneficiary is quite difficult. There are no immediate levers. It's impossible to work with the customer, with the contractor. We need to explain things all the time, proving to them that we need this or that, explaining to them that if there are mistakes in the project or in the process of the construction or assembly work, then of course we will have to deal with those difficult problems over a long period of time. So the beneficiary, the museum, has to work all the time very intensely with the designers in order to make sure that we can see the proper equipment for the museum, in order to make sure that the technological solutions and decisions made are correct, so that they are actually approved at the stage of the vendor lists. No, it's very good when the designers of the lighting equipment come to the museum and explain everything concerning their equipment, the equipment that they're planning to use for the museum. It's very good when it happens. But on the other hand, it's also very important to make sure that the designer listens to the museum and hears what the museum wants to see in the future museum, because only the museum knows what the museum life is going to be like. And it's very important to make sure that the designers hear that. That's when we worked in Kaliningrad with a building on the Kandashovsky embankment. Only then we can have a proper lighting of the exposition with the optimal conditions for the perception of the artifacts by the visitors. Now, in these major projects, there is a conflict of interest immediately between the architects and designers. The architects and designers very often promote their own ideas, their manifesto, and they want to show something quite specific. But the customer has terms, has the budget, and the contractor wants to earn money as quickly as possible, and wants the building to be commissioned as quickly as possible, but we stay with the result for many years to come. So it is not enough to declare that we have good light in the museum, or to have a proper set of the terms of reference, although that's all very important. It's very important to make sure that all through that work, all through that period of time, we sustain the pressure of the budget, of the terms, of those who want to simplify the project, because this might lead to the worsening of the quality. And we maintain that quality depends on the efforts, on the time, and lots of other things. Now we'll describe now how it all worked at the time of the construction of the Tretyakov Gallery branch in Kaliningrad. Here is how it worked. As for the design work, and the mounting of the lighting fixtures, it's a very good example of the joint work of the museum, the designers. So first of all, it was important to select a proper professional designing bureau who have experience of carrying out this work, that's proved by the by the reaction of different other museums in Russia. They worked in Russia. So, and on the basis of the information collected, we had together with them terms of reference drafted. And in the process of further work, we continuously worked on the coordination of work with the gallery as the user and the beneficiary. There were timely amendments introduced in the documents, and this reduced the number of negative comments from the users at the time of the testing of the results of work. The designers of the building in Kaliningrad at the Kandashovsky embankment in Moscow coordinated everything associated with the lighting devices, with the they listened to the wishes of the commissioner of the user.
Throughout the mounting construction works, there was the author's oversight conducted an operational service recommended introducing some adjustments and corrections into the design, like the convenience of location of gauges and sensors of luminance, different parameters, pulsations, and so on, all the parameters for premises. It created a very good light atmosphere for the museum and comfortable staying in it. It was a joint installment of art lighting at the exhibition called The Five Ages of Russian Art. Another very important aspect is the final servicing support of manufacturers of lighting fixtures who do the guaranteed servicing and maintenance, supporting all the characteristics and support this equipment for it being in operable status, summarizing sort of stock taking. This is a challenging journey all the way through goal and position of the museum, gradual implementation, regularity, control at all the stages, outreaching the specialists. These are different stages and we adhere to them in the museum. We outreach experts and specialists as well. Let's see, there's the Museum of Moscow Kremlin, Tretyakov Gallery, the Hermitage. They have got all this capacity, all those resources to reach their goals. If the goal is very good lighting, at the end of the day, we might not have lighting specialists on staff of the museum. Bottom line is to wish to have it there, so everything will come out all right. My tip for museum workers is before approaching designers, talk to your in-house specialists or attract independent experts, discuss the action plan. That way you'll develop your museum and you'll have high quality lighting fixture, optimal when it comes to value for money, which is very important for the museum. That way you will not be imposed upon different other options which would appreciate the cost of the equipment. We'll give you the advice for different spaces in the museum. In the rear part of it, restoration work, places, technical areas. That way your learn exhibitions under good lighting will reach a high level, and hence there would be high revenues of the museum, and you'll be able to use that extra money to refurbish the museum subsequently. I can recap on only one thing on top of all that. Of course, Tretyakov Gallery, the Hermitage, the Historic Museum, Museum of the Moscow Kremlin, Ostankin Palace Museum. If you turn to them, representing other museums, they'll give you a tip and they'll always give you a helping hand because they are very experienced along the way. And I represent a lighting technical company, but you should not start from turning to lighting equipment manufacturers, but to your own colleagues, to your peers at the museum. The quality of museum light, first and foremost, is the backbone of all the other things are ancillary. That's the stance of the museum. If the museum has got a good light, that always means that someone took very good care of that from the inside. There is no good light in a museum unless the museum had a clear point about it. We are ready and willing to support museum specialists and share our own experience. By joint efforts, we'll get very good result. Good museum lighting would attract lots of visitors. And also, it will protect the exhibits from destroying impact of light. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you so much. I have an idea. Maybe we should create a school for museum workers with workshops or editorials, an eco school, or we can find sponsors, money to have practical lessons, to have hands-on experience on that. How about it? I made a mental note of this idea as well. Olga Timofeeva, CFO of Moscow Planetarium. Dear colleagues, I appreciate having been invited by the organizers. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the head of the Hermitage because we're not part of your museum community, but we have got our own targeted audience as well. We're all working in the domain of knowledge, enlightenment, education, in the sphere of art and culture. As we had a very busy day and it's almost over, in my presentation, I would like to emphasize the fact that one picture is worth 1,000 words. So there is a 4-minute video trailer about Moscow Planetarium and the renovation project of our museum space. Then I'll take another 4 minutes to tell you about the challenges that we encountered along the way and the deliverables of the project. Planetarium is a unique place in the very heart of Moscow. Unique people create unique products. When for the first time we thought about the way our new interactive planetarium would look like, we figured out that our visitors would be most interested to get familiarized with the history of the universe, the history of planet Earth, in the process of renovation, in the same way as in the process of renovation of our apartments, where we considered the architecture of space. We had an idea of division based on topics. There are 2 levels. At the first level, we get familiarized with the Earth as the planet, its promises, and so on. At the second level, we're going to grasp the mysteries of the universe. Very complex projects, very challenging, with lots of engineering, innovations, and engineering thought. We can identify 7 or 8 large contractors now expert our developers, starting from finishing works, electrical works, all the way up to creation of all those decorations, love polytron, Edison lab, and we modernize our entries, our exhibits. We have got lots of different devices to light up the exhibition. Elizabeth Chaplin is the chief architect of the project. The company club called Very Bright, another concept of the project, Veshka company. Our partners from St. Petersburg who created a unique installation, the Starry Sky. It's unparalleled around the world. It's handmade all the way up. And you can notice some very bright links here. We can show you things which in any other place would not be possible at all in the first place. The stars we observe are at different distances from us, and only our vision perceives it in a special way, like it's projected at the same nebular sphere, which is located at the same distance. In outer space, we have good division into moon, sun. There is a Foucault pendulum. There are different space bodies. They are scientific, technical components of the planetary work are very interesting. We try to make it well understood by our visitors. Such a space as our planetarium engages people. We show different demo projects, our stories on this space. Also turns visitors into creators. You're not just passive onlookers, you have got hands-on experience. You make different tests. You articulate the right questions. You're looking for the answers on your own account. This is the space of different ideas which attracts everyone. That way we develop our imagination, make discoveries, because this is most amazing thing when we perceive the world and discover our place in this world. Every time anew. So we're considering light in all its manifestations, but which challenges did we encounter? In terms of reference, we've written down that it could be up to 10 years when we deal with everything, and there are two levels different in their light concept. The upper level, it's much lighter tones. Lower one is outer space. It's astrophysics, cosmonautics, and so on. It's rather challenging to work in dark premises. To spotlight exhibition modules in the right way so that nothing would distract the visitors from this complex process of cognition. Most challenging was moving around between those levels. As Anthony Bergen said before, it's important for people to get adapted and adjusted when they make a transition from darker to lighter space. But the largest stumbling block was the realization or the implementation of this beauty, that beautiful thing, installation of a starry sky. They had a wonderful concept, but it was rather challenging to have them really installed. And they admitted that they don't have enough experience on implementation of such complex projects. And they said that they could outsource part of their work to the Light Bureau, and they were quite right. And their ideas were very appealing to us, so we referred to certain work, bulk of work to the Light Bureau. After that, we worked quite rapidly. We were helped by different companies, the company Adveka, whereby all the spotlight equipment is there, the upper tier, all the lighting fixtures, and were displaying some unique concepts, our own concepts, tailor-made for Moscow Planetarium, very famous and very spectacular ceiling installation. Peshka Company, 56,000 LEDs manually brought together and mounted. It's an unparalleled structure which is very close to reality, and this proportion between cold and warm light is very much like in reality. We integrated 6 constellations into it. They should be installed in, we should stay in a special place to see and to discern those constellations. And there were lots of other bottlenecks. The renovation project lasted for 2.5 years. And they started in 2019. We opened that up in 2022. We worked amid pandemics, which created extra challenges, and I'm quite outspoken about it. You like statistical information, so it was 2,010 million worth project, our own money. Because we are a joint stock company, so we don't have state funding or some earmarked funding from the federal, state, or regional level. So by our bylaws, we're prohibited to have our own fund. So our company had to earn 10,000 million on our own. 10,000 million on our own. We did that. The payback of the period was 4 years. So the payback period was 3 years. So it was 17,616,000. And I think that bottom line of our work is to have a very spectacular and effective outcome. At the stage of development of global concept, it's very important for the architect of the space to work jointly with specialists, scientific curators, or light designers. This is very important to the extent the architect of the exhibition would listen to what the customer says and specialist says. That would have a very strong bearing upon the quality of the deliverables of your project. So let's check out how it was implemented, what came out of it. Moscow Planetarium. More than 80 different exhibits. Moon Lunarium, the largest in Russia, Foucault pendulum, ceiling installation, starry sky, actual shapes, interaction. Welcome to Lunarium. A training, games, experiment. Moscow Planetarium. Thank you very much, Olga.
Allow me to invite Yuri Karpenko, Deputy Director of Rosalis. Reconstruction of the historical lighting. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the chance to speak. Now, It's the third time that I speak at the conference, Light in the Museums. And previously, I really did not describe our company, and our marketologists were angry with me about that. So a couple of words about the company. Why can we and should we speak at the big conferences? We're 34 years old, quite a good age, and you can see here, yeah, where we are. So we created a system which can actually deal with any type of issue associated with lighting, inside and outside, exterior and interior. And I must say that we have a very good team, a young team, creative team. Have a team that is with us, because our technologists have achieved the level when we are able to actually create lanterns of the 19th century. The production is organized in Moscow, in St. Petersburg. We used to work in Estonia. Some of the first projects we worked on were at Tverskoy Viaduct, and it's an old project. You can see an old photo. You can see it quite well with the computer, but it's a sort of an entrance into Moscow from the St. Petersburg highway. An interesting appearance architecturally. And then there was a pier with rather unusual street lamps, which looked like port cranes, and this zone was very much liked by the Muscovites. These street lamps worked on paraffin oil in their time. When the reconstruction began, they came to us and to our partners, to the Yugor company. And Yugor company began to work with the metal structures, and Saras was responsible for the light fixtures. The museum, the Agni Moskvy, helped us a lot, and we were able to get a lot of drafts and blueprints from them. As a result, we were able to recreate some of these light fixtures, and there appeared this new particular light fixture, like a port crane. And this looks quite interesting. And then there are the these pole-like, these mast-like lanterns. Again, you can see they're not that complex, work on LED principle, but here we have a sort of a lantern. The customer was quite happy. As you can see, the result is better than what we expected and looks exactly like it was in the year 1908. Another project important for us was the Rechnoy Vokzal. And when it was built, Moscow, they started referring to Moscow as the city of, as a port of 5 seas. But by 2010, it was closed, and the reconstruction began in 2018. We were invited to work on the lighting of this particularly interesting building. As you can see, most of the lanterns there were ball-like and with some metal structures involved. And so we, as you can see, we designed new fixtures to provide better light. And these balls are transparent, and to now the balls are easily getting polluted. And so in order to avoid that, we decided to use those balls with the reflection of light. And the sources of light are quite modern. They are LED based, and the light goes exactly down to provide even lighting of the street, of the embankment. This particular type of lighting was used for the whole area of the park and the boat station. Now, the place is very popular. There's a lot of people coming here, as you can see. And as you can see, the solution is quite attractive. It's on the embankment 4,000 Kelvin. As for the park, it's warm light. Now, another interesting project is the Poklonная Mount in Moscow for the 50th anniversary of victory. That's when the complex was built. And then the reconstruction began 25 years later. This reconstruction covered the lighting system. What's interesting, there is the Nike and St. George. This work was done by Zurab Tsereteli, a well-known sculptor in Russia. And as we know, the drafts for the lightings were also made by him. So they are believed to be historically important. There were two of them at the church, of two different types, and type 2 looked like that. These street lamps sort of became very obsolete because of the materials used. So it was sort of a mix of different types of metals, and really we had to replace them with modern materials. So these lanterns were taken to our company. We removed them. We coordinated the results, and here is what we have. Lanterns of the first type. That was difficult enough. It was difficult to make sure that there is even light down below, but we managed to do that, and it was another goal, difficult, the system of the light control. Usually we have the systems on top, and they usually actually make the whole outlook of the lanterns ugly. But then there is also type 2 we worked on, and here is we also as you can see, the original ones were in a very bad state, and we had to replace them with the new ones, and there are lots and lots of them. The same story covers the other lanterns and the other street lamps, and you can see the light is even and works well. So Moscow, in this sense, is a unique city, because there is a major program entitled My Street, together with Agni Moskvy. We replaced a lot of historical light fixtures. Many of those used to be designed by architects at the exhibition of national economy at the university. And our Moscow office is very proud of what we did at the Square of Three railway stations. And so you can see the historical street lamp E2. Now, these replicas were made following the designs of the Agni Moskvy Museum. We can see they use those hanging lanterns, and so they're very much liked by the population of Moscow. And then there are some lanterns that resemble what we have in Peterhof. Another interesting site is the exhibition of national economy. That's what they used to have when the exhibition just opened. There were hanging lanterns, but as you can see, we have sodium lanterns, quite utilitarian. But during the reconstruction, our company made these stands, these supports, and these lanterns following the design provided by the Agni Moskvy Museum. Another interesting project is associated with the Moscow State University, and which celebrated 270 years of its foundation. So reconstruction was started, and there is a lot to be done concerning the lighting there. So these particular street lamps were designed by the architect, and they were very old, and actually they were at the end of their lifetime, and we had to replace all of them, and there were over over 500 of those. The lamps that were installed at the time of the opening of the building practically did not survive. So at the time we replaced those we worked with, they were all relatively new. So replaced them with these glass plafonds, and it was a difficult task to work on them. We wanted to make sure that this glass would never fall on the head of the bypasses. So now they learned how to work. They are quite expensive, and the customer asked us to make them somewhat cheaper. And so that is why the street lamps over here are just 4 meters high, and we were able to use our equipment, and instead of glass, we used synthetic materials. That's what we have as a result. I asked the Muscovites where I could find a company that would make a star like that, but actually it's a star that resembles the star that is on top of the building of the university. So we also replaced all the cast elements, and these are the street lamps that are 10 meters high. You can see the support systems are quite modern, and there is the contrast-based lighting at the crossroads. There were over 500 of those, and you can see in the main square there were the lamps typical of the exhibition of national economy. So there was sodium street lamps. They were also replaced with the new ones, and our office is very proud of this major new project. We're using the accumulated experience in Moscow and other cities. You can see our suspension systems that we can find in Kazan, the square dedicated to the 1,000 years of Kazan. We replaced the sodium lanterns there. And in Kazan, there was a number of other interesting projects. And on the right-hand side, you can see this there's sort of a snake, which you can find on the seal of Kazan. We were invited to work in the Myslavsky Street. At the Myslavsky Street, we were to work on the new street lamp, and we actually based our work on the experience of the London work, and there was actually a request from the customer. So the difference is here. On top there is the sculpture of Zealand. Zealand is the name of that creature. So we have as a result this LED lantern, very original. You won't find anything like that anywhere else in Russia. So the park is interesting. It's multi-level park with the fountains. And I was in Kazan, and they said that we forgot about the low mobility groups of population. There is a lot of steps there, and it's rather difficult for the low mobility people to visit the park. Then in Kazan, we also had another interesting work with these street lamps with flowers. This was for the BRICS events designed. You can see we have quite a harmonious solution of the problem here, similar to the historical lantern E1 in Moscow. Looks very attractive. We also have some experience of the reconstruction of street lamps with the elements of cast iron details. So this is not Samara, Kuybyshev. Well, when those were appeared, they were in Kuybyshev. That was the old name of the city. So they look very attractive in the photo of the 1950s. But all these street lamps became obsolete. Some elements of cast iron work were lost, and so we had to work with all of that at our office. We disassembled all the pieces, we made the new components and demonstrated all of that to our customer. It was the first street lamp we demonstrated to the customer for Samara. And well, of course, we used the present-day technologies. The lanterns are transparent, and with some reflection in order to avoid pollution, and with sodium because the customer wanted the color to be yellow. So we have them different with a different number of lanterns. So the light here is quite comfortable. And when we ordered those street lamps, they asked us to refer to them as the Washington street lamps with Samara and Washington. Then it appears that in the 1950s there was a whole set of lanterns entitled Washington. They used to be in Volgograd at the embankment there, in Yalta, in Crimea, so all over Russia. And the overall name for those street lamps was Washington. In Yalta, they're in a terrible state, and there's many layers of paint on those. But in Volgograd, that's a different story. Volgograd came to us with their request. Here is where at the embankment in Volgograd, new street lamps, different lanterns and different color. So they liked them, and they are at the Mamayev Mount. And Washington. So, of course, Washington was not proper for Volgograd, so they're called Stalingrad nowadays. We refer to them as Stalingrad lanterns. Now, as I said, we're using the same lantern in Moscow, in Vologda. Here is the monument to Ivan the Terrible. This again, our street lamps there. Ivan the Terrible is quite happy with them. Everything works well. So, what did I want to say? If you have any questions concerning the reconstruction of the lighting systems, reproduction, making of the copies, come to us. We have a lot of experience. We work in close contact with the museums. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you have a question? Okay, right, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Microphone. Yuri, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is as follows. In a number of projects, you demonstrated how you changed the Soviet time lanterns with dissipation with the lanterns with light coming down. But in Kazan, for some reason, you avoided that. In Kazan, you still have the lantern that directs light upwards. Why is that? In the Mislavsky Square, we couldn't really get away from the design. The transparent lantern there was liked by the architect. The architect wanted to have exactly like the one in London, and there the light goes all over. So that is the wish of the customer. I wanted to thank you for a very interesting presentation and ask you a question. I also work on retro lanterns. Did you ever think of going back to a retro light? It's particularly important for small towns. Let's say you can see a historical lantern, and then the light is so bright with several thousand Kelvin, and there is no atmosphere of a provincial town as a result. Nothing that reminds us of the traditional life there. So it's all lost because of the brightness of the light. Maybe, did you think of the reflected light, of reproducing the light distribution of the past of metal halogen lamps? Now, we were thinking of that, yes, and we even had some requests concerning that. There were some who wanted to get the lanterns with the lights similar to paraffin oil lamps and with imitation of that live and moving light, but it doesn't work really. We don't get the spirit. We work in the field of law and regulations, and we need to follow the norms and the proper level of light. And I remember we worked on a lantern that used the old sources of light, sodium, but they were too dark. They said there was not enough light, definitely, they said. So here there is a certain contradiction, the statics and the norms of lighting, but there are some projects where all this is very much needed. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yuri, thank you. Now, let me remind you. Everything is going to be, and everything has been recorded. No, so you will find a recording at the site of the conference. Thank you for being with us all through the day. I would like to thank the participants and the speakers, and we would like to thank those of you who 10 years ago devised the conference, and the conference is still with us. That means it's very much needed. Tomorrow we meet. Now, for the online participants, it's all off. So tomorrow we meet, and